All right, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Let's go ahead and call this Town of Truckee special meeting of the Planning Commission meeting to order here. Can we have a roll call, please? Carissa?
Chair Gove.
I am here.
Vice Chair Tarnay.
Here.
Commissioner Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Here.
Commissioner Riley.
Here.
All righty. Now that we're all here, I'd like to invite any of you who'd like to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty, so now we'll move into some public comment. If anybody would like to make a public comment that has to do with something that is not on tonight's agenda, please make your way to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to exercise your right at public comment. So this is your opportunity to come up and talk about anything you want except for what we're going to talk about tonight. Yeah, all right. Okay, so seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And we'll go ahead and go to item 6.1, which is a continuation of last week's Planning Commission meeting, the October 19th, 2021 meeting, regarding the 2040 General Plan Land Use Alternative Council recommendations. And I see that Danielle has a quick presentation to make. Is that correct?
I do. It's very quick, but
Okay.
I think will be helpful for us for structuring tonight's discussion.
Very good.
So just a reminder from the public comment that we had last time, because I also want to go into public comment that's come in since we last talked. So you saw this slide last time, the kind of all the different ideas that people had raised in their public comment previously. Adding to that with the comments that we've received since continuing this agenda item, more interest in affordable housing for the local workforce, support for option 5 in West River, support for a low growth alternative, which we did touch on last time, kind of defining that more closely, looking at housing densities in ways that we can make those affordable for the local workforce, and making sure, my language on here is really funny, can't take it back. So I forgot the T on that one. And then make open space protection and the natural environment the priority. So this was just a very quick summary of what we had, and I know that you've read all those, but I wanted to put that on the screen just as a kind of refresher. And then for tonight, we structured this a little bit different. We did want to provide 2 opportunities for public comment, in part because people might be filtering in at different times, but also because there's just so much that you're going to cover tonight. So I structured it that we can start with just initial public comment like we would normally. We thought doing that with the focus areas would be helpful. I know that the public may not have their comments structured that way. So just public comment, commission discussion, and then going into a broader discussion of the townwide alternatives. So allowing for public comment with that, and then the deliberations for the Planning Commission to make your recommendations to council. So I can keep us sort of on track with that just so that we remember, but I do think just given that it's a huge volume of information that you may talk about something as a commission in sort of the first part of the meeting that might trigger interest on the public's part to speak again. So we'll just provide an opportunity. It doesn't have to be structured on those topics, but I just think for structure-wise for us, it's helpful to do that. So that's really all I have as far as a presentation. What I thought I would do, since we were pretty successful about going through the focus areas last time, is we can stick to that same pattern. And you already talked about focus area 1 for Donner Lake, so we can go back through to focus area 2. And this presentation that I have kind of had everything all wrapped into it just for our use if we needed it. So we'll go back to focus area 2.
So I have a suggestion before we jump into focus area 2, and I'd like to get feedback from staff and my fellow commissioners. Obviously, there's going to be, some of these are going to be pretty intense conversations, but it seems like to me that the Glenshire one might be the easiest. So I would suggest that we start there and kind of go with the low-hanging fruit type of thing, and then jump into some of these other ones. Anyone have any feedback on that?
I'm supportive of that. I also had a question if we're able to submit a comment for staff to document that reflects the last meeting, and maybe some of us feel like we'd like to change our recommendation or kind of clarify the position we have that will become a recommendation to the town council.
Okay, so hearing you say you'd like to revisit, at least for a very quick second, the Donner Lake, and then we can jump
Yes.
into Glenshire, and then, okay.
I have like 1 or 2 sentences I'd like to say in clarification of my position on Donner Lake.
Okay, that sounds fine. Unless anybody objects to that, or if they want to weigh in anything anymore. And does anybody have any interest or any feedback on where we go after Glenshire? Does that matter to anybody? Just jump back into the regular order? Okay, all right.
And I
So-
will try my best to document kind of how we did last time, so I just brought this back up because this is
Perfect.
what we heard you say. So we may start with something, and then by the time we get to the end of the discussion, you may change your mind again.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go back in and bring these slides up again so that you can reread them, make sure that they capture everything that you want to forward to the council, so that it's on the screen, and then we have it in the PowerPoint too, so that we can publish it that way. It makes it easier.
Perfect. Okay, so let's recap Donner Lake and then move into Glenshire.
So I'm happy to see that my comments about the building heights were captured. I wasn't sure about that. I want to make sure that the character of Donner Lake is preserved. There really aren't any 3-story buildings, as we saw as we toured around. I also want to go back on the doubling, adding more than 100% on the density of Donner Lake in terms of office and commercial. I don't support that. I support something closer to 50% of that, more in line with our current general plan. So that's all.
Just to clarify, you do not support the 6 to 12 units, you would support a 6 to 10 units?
I'm not opposed to the density. I'm opposed to, because this is related, that's related to residential development. I'm opposed to the commercial, the office commercial density where, we were looking at option 1 and option 2, and option 2 proposed an increase in the square footage for that use at, I believe it was 60-something thousand square feet, where we currently had 50-something thousand. The existing general plan would propose something around 24,000. This was almost a tripling. I want to pull that back. I'm not comfortable with tripling the density from where we stand today with our current general plan. I'm not opposed to studying it at a later date when we have time to really understand the impacts, but to put a broad brush, I think I took the options a little bit more verbatim than maybe we should have. I remember, Danielle mentioning, like, none of this is set in stone, like when we talked about the building height, that was kind of a suggestion. So in retrospect, I felt like, we aren't beholden to these criteria as we discuss these options, and so I'm not comfortable with the almost tripling of the retail commercial density.
So how do we respond to this? Do we take a vote up and down to include it in the recommendation, or is this just a note that one commissioner had an opinion?
So going back to some of the staff's comments that we've had before, that there is potential that we're not going to have consensus. So, taking a vote, I don't think would necessarily make sense. However, if you, we can, agree to disagree, and just, we can all add our opinion, I guess, right?
And can I ask another question? Like, can I clarify how you want to do that? Like, does that mean that you would be okay with remember how they had given us an option of dividing it to west and east? Like, I'm kind of asking Nikki, would you feel more comfortable just having the west and then not including the east in that, or in order to lower that square footage of commercial?
It's really an overall densification of the area. I was supportive in our conversation about the rehabilitation, and I know some of those sites could endure an intensification or an increase in their floor area ratio or how much they occupy the site in a reasonable way. But the notion that we would take the existing and we would the current general plan states an addition of about half as much as there is today, so a 50% increase. And then the option 2 was an almost tripling of that. Seems far too great of a burden for that region. So that's where I have discomfort, especially given the public comment and the real emphasis on kind of keeping things as they are without a real assessment of the impacts of adding this density. So that's where I stand on that recommendation.
How does everyone feel about the wording that I put on the screen? Because Commissioner Riley, we had already kind of put your original comments on there, and so I added to the end of it, supported a reduced development capacity below option 2 for non-residential square footage.
Yes, I think that's great. I appreciate this.
If we're adding comments like this, sorry to step on you at the end there. If we're adding comments like this, I would like to add my own that I don't think a 2-story max is sufficient and would like to see 3 stories. And then I worry about us having a very long list of our individual comments for each of these, and that just pushing us into potentially another meeting.
A quick comment, Nikki, on your comment. So when the consultant kind of gave that data that we were going to, at whatever, 30,000 square feet, and we're going to go to 60,000 square feet, I think they analyzed all the potential lots that could be redeveloped and then the maximum potential. Are we talking about potentially saying we want to have like a cap, like the specific plan, for instance, in Soaring Ranch, saying, hey, no more than 25,000 square feet of commercial will be allowed on Donner Lake, and once that cap is achieved, no more will be allowed?
I'm comfortable with looking at caps with the caveat that we would revisit sites where if it did come to bear that, wow, we think Donner Lake could increase its development capacity beyond, like, let's say what our current general plan states, which is 50% more than what currently exists. I think currently there's 55,000. Existing general plan promotes another 24, roughly 1,000 square feet. I'm supportive. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing in this exercise, and I'm much more comfortable saying, let's bring that threshold down, or at least in line with the current general plan, and then create an allowance should we see that need. That if Donner Lake really is the location to be increasing retail and commercial square footage, let's find that out in a more, telling manner.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you or agree with you. I just want to know, how do we capture this? If we send this to town council and they agree with us, how do we capture this so that there is truly a cap on the commercial development in that area?
That's the max zone. That's what we're discussing, is the maximum amount of square footage. And it sounds like we're going to reopen this entire discussion from last time and redo it. I was very pleased with the consensus that we reached, and am not fully prepared to negotiate each individual part of it again. So as a group, and I know this is the chair's prerogative, but do we want to now get out our list of all of our individual commissioner caveats for this so we can move on, or do we want to reopen and renegotiate this agreement?
Do you feel like you settled for things in the last meeting that you weren't satisfied with?
I was pleased with the negotiation that we reached as a group.
Because option 2 had a threshold for a 2-story max. It seems like the only place where there is not consensus, or at least perhaps between the two of us, is the square footage. And you could go on the record as saying you support the increased square footage as outlined in option 2.
I appreciate that option. I would rather be able to move quickly and agree on the things that we agree on, and then not get into this amount of detail about the parts that we're individually less comfortable with. The vast majority of what we agreed to, I really liked, and I think most of us did. And I'd like to be able to focus on that kind of agreement for town council.
Yeah, I will say that this is the most important decision-making meeting in our history. This sets the tone. This is the constitution for our town. This is what our decision-making is based on. And it's going to take a long time, and I'm willing to take as long as it takes, and we need to get it right. And I think it's okay for us each to weigh in, as I think Danielle had shared in the last meeting, that we're probably not going to have consensus. We probably are going to come from different perspectives, different viewpoints, representing different, input from the community. But with that, Chair Gove, you, I guess, should weigh in.
Well, no, I mean, I agree with your statement that this is, one of the most important meetings that at least we're going to sit on right now. And yeah, I would like for this process to go faster, but that just may not be the case. I'm supportive of a 2-story maximum in Donner Lake. I'm also supportive of less commercial. So, I mean, I don't think we need to go back and rehash this entire conversation. However, Ruth, if you feel that, you want to make it known that your statement is that you're supportive of greater density and 3 stories, I think we can do that.
Yeah, for the sake of staff, similar to how Commissioner Riley has her line, I would propose, thank you, wow, such fast typers. Commissioner Miller emphasizes an interest in 3-story buildings on the west side where appropriate, giving us some wiggle room in the future.
I think one thing we should also be cognizant of is this is our last meeting before this goes to town council. So I don't know if we will get another chance as planning commissioners,
Correct.
to get our input in.
Yeah.
And so being expeditious and thoughtful as we work through this meeting, so we can give town council something to review, so they don't just take what we just did and throw in the trash and start over.
Right.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And my rationale in wanting to go on the record with Focus Area 1 was I did feel there was some misrepresentation with how those areas were laid out. Like, I thought we were kind of choosing between this and that and this and that. And so when it became clear that, no, there's no this or that, it's kind of a little bit of this or a little whatever you want here and a little this and this is different, kind of more of a pick and choosing, that the height limit thing was sort of a less of a set in stone kind of a marker. That's where I felt like I went home and thought, I want to be clear about where I stand on this, and I don't want this to be so wishy-washy. But I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I agree with it. Let's be expeditious, and we will be clear in our intent. Or I will be.
Can I ask one clarifying question, or go ahead?
Go ahead, Susie.
You are welcome to go if you would like.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, Nikki, I'm just trying to get where you think it's most of concern. Is it the floor area ratio of 0.8 over the whole thing, or is it including both the east and the west portions?
It's neither of those. My discontent or my ill-ease sits with the notion that we would allow for an increased density of office, commercial, retail that is almost 3 times what is in our current general plan or proposes, knowing the constraints of this site, knowing the available square footage of open properties, knowing the character area of the area. It's not, I am supportive, as I said in the last meeting, of increased floor area ratios. That doesn't mean I want to see 3-story buildings. I want to see a more efficient use of the site. I want it to be more compatible. But I don't want to over-densify for density's sake, and I don't think that's really where the will of the people stands today. I don't know if that helps you.
I just was trying to, the way that we're allowing that extra density is by the area and then the floor area ratio. And so if there's one, if we could come to a consensus like, lower it from 0.8, then let's explore that. If we could come to a consensus like, let's at least approve the west and then we're conflicted on the east. I was just trying to see if there was consensus in any of that.
No, I feel like both the east and the west have opportunities for redevelopment. There's not really much on the new development side. Most of the sites will be restored or rehabilitated. And again, it's just more of a how much are we going to stuff in the bag?
I wonder if we should put a number on here, like a development, a max capacity or development, a number that we can say, hey, this is the max commercial area that can be approved, just like a specific plan. Otherwise, it's hard, I think, for town council to define this so that it really gets captured.
I'm comfortable with the existing general plan, which allows for 24,000 square feet, I believe, which is slightly less than what we have built at Donner Lake. So if we were to increase by 50%, I think that I'm comfortable there without a better understanding of the climate action plan and the other components that we have yet to weigh in on. So
That's new space.
Yes.
So if someone takes Truckee overhead door and they want to redevelop it, they would take that space, does not count against that number? I guess this is a staff question.
That's a good question.
Ask it again, sorry.
I guess I'm just trying to find a way to get us to something that town council can see and say, we like this, and put some real verbiage in whether it's the policy or in the general plan update. And the question was, if we're going to put a cap on the max allowable new commercial space on Donner Lake, that is new space, not redevelopment of existing space.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk that if we do this for every single focus area, we're just not going to make it through. And I do think that council can understand the concerns based on the language that we have. So I, could be a little more explicit in saying, not 3 times as much or something to that effect. But I do think that we won't make it through if we kind of focus on something that's so specific as the actual square footages. I mean, we as the staff are also working with Ascent, who we have here also via Zoom, so that we can take some of this and propose between now and the council meeting, maybe some options for them to consider that are actually based on us going back through and looking at our calculations again, which might be more productive. It's just a matter if you're comfortable with what's written on the screen here, if you'd like just a little bit more detail, but I would caution about getting so far down into the numbers.
And like legally, can you change the zoning on something to be a certain floor area and a certain density, and then say, oh, well, somebody got there before you, you can't do that? Like that seems not legal.
That's how it always works. I mean, zoning is changed, and the changes have prospective effect.
That's not what I mean. I mean, the entire zone is rezoned, and then this other person got to that square footage, and this is still zoned that, but you're not going to let them use that zoning because somebody else got to that square footage.
I mean, that's exactly what's happened at Soaring Ranch. Exactly. With, they've already reached their max commercial floor area, and now no more work can be done there until RMW 20 gets developed.
Right,
Did that
but that
get
was an
decided?
agreement.
That's what it is.
I'm curious.
That was an agreement that they agreed to, though.
No, I mean, that's not typically how your zoning works, that you create the standards so that it can be applied at every parcel level.
And that's kind of the approach that I was taking, or was of the understanding, not kind of a once it's gone, but I appreciate the clarification. And perhaps, well, yeah, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but Commissioner Freeman did bring up Jurger Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, what we would do, hearing these concerns, is look at a different FAR and then use that to show what the development capacity would be for the 2 areas that you've identified. So that's why I say it's not something that we can necessarily decide here tonight, but we do hear the concern that's been raised and understand that it may not be the entire commission, but I think it's appropriate for us to look to provide that information for the council meeting for them.
Okay, so is there a specific FAR that you would like to add to the language?
No.
Okay. Are you content with what we have here now?
I mean, the range is
Yes.
the current that we have is 0.2 in our 2025 general plan, and then we've proposed a 0.8, but you have to keep in mind they're not apples to apples because the 0.2 is only commercial or non-residential. What we're proposing with this general plan update is a combined. So we understand you want something in there, and we can go back and look at that, understanding the differences between those two.
Okay. Commissioner Riley?
Like I've said, I'm supportive of increased density on the property itself, but I don't want to allow for such an increase in the square footage allowance across Donner Lake to the tune of, 2.5 times what our current general plan proposes.
So do you have language that you...
I would, like I said, I'm happy with what it says on the screen.
Okay.
I've been okay with that. I think the others had some issues or things they wanted to weigh in on or clarify.
Okay, so I think then we're all good with this then, at this point, correct? Yes, getting nods of agreement. Okay, great. So with that, we can close out focus area number 1 and move over to Glenshire.
Do you want to go through these now, or do you want to do your public comment first? Because I feel like you kind of revisited what you did last time to close out this study session discussion from last time. But you could do public comment now and then get into discussing the next focus areas.
Well, we don't want to do public comment by focus area, right?
I gave you 2, and
Right.
we noticed it that way. So it's
Yes.
however you want to set it up. I just
Okay.
want you to be aware of it.
Well, in that case, yeah, so let's do a public comment now, and then another one at the end after we've gone through our discussion on each individual focus area. Okay, everyone on board? Great. Okay. Everybody here in Town Council chamber and all the folks at home, now's the time you've all been waiting for. We're going to open up public comment on this agenda item 6.1, which is the continuation from the 10/19/2021 meeting of the Planning Commission, General Plan Land Use Alternatives Council recommendations. If you would like to make public comment, please make your way up to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to exercise your right at public comment.
And Dave, this is for any of the focus areas.
Correct.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Peter Finoli on behalf of the Contractors Association. I'm going to give you a more general comment tonight just because I think there's some broader perspective to be brought to the discussion. And, I was actually at Alibi this weekend and I was listening to the bartenders there, and towards closing time we got to talking. And the bartender was telling me that he lives in a living room of a house up in Tahoe Donner with a curtain across the living room as a way to create an extra bedroom. And, we've all heard of this being the case in San Francisco where folks live in living rooms or closets or, maybe a crawl space under the staircase that they can fit a mattress under, as long as there's room for a coat bar to hang above their heads. And I know we don't like to compare ourselves to other locations, but that situation developed in San Francisco because homeowners who benefit inordinately from housing scarcity were successful in advocating not for developing the appropriate housing supply to meet the needs of our community. And, I know we've had a lot of opportunity for community input through this process, and there's been some really great dialogue through it all. And one of the tools you guys have tilted towards a lot is this survey that's come out. I think it's really important to recognize that, first of all, that survey, I think there was maybe 150 number in support for option A, alternative A. Well, first of all, that survey you could fill out more than once, and if you guys don't know it, as long as you have multiple devices with different IP addresses, you could fill that survey out several times. So maybe that was 150 people, maybe that was 50 people that filled it out 3 times. We don't really know. But numbers that we do have are from the Mountain Housing Council. And recently they completed their housing needs assessment, where they found 4,742 housing units are needed to meet the needs of our current workforce. Among that, there is 1,618 in-commuters into the region. And there are 2,469 residents in our community that are inadequately housed, such as that bartender from Alibi. So, as we're weighing the different ways that people have had the opportunity to put input into this process, I want to put it on you guys to be the shepherds of this process and understand that you're also the trustees of the broader community interest, not just those who've had the opportunity to weigh in throughout the various meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finolio.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Green. This echoes my comments from last week, but I think it's really important, so I'm here again. I urge you to maintain the current general plan thresholds and only allow density increases where they will provide affordable housing. The General Plan 2025 already allocates sufficient commercial and residential development capacity for our town. I was encouraged to hear your agreement last week about having heard the community's concerns. Before any additional density is approved, policies, programs, mitigation measures must be developed to deal with existing conditions such as traffic, transit, parking, and wildfire hazard constraints. If we allow for increased density here and there throughout town, the cumulative impacts will be significant. We need to be able to accommodate for density increases down the road, given the new state housing mandates. And I feel like that's what you guys are grappling with already tonight, and I love the fact that you're concerned about this level of detail, and it's really important. But I think the most important thing is to get the strong message that we have to keep limits on things, because it's just going to become too much, as we have seen, I think, over the years. MAP's proposed environment and community alternative summarizes the key concerns and constraints for each focus area. Please use this as a guiding document in your planning and decision making. As you proceed with the focus areas and review tonight, don't lose sight of the big picture. Making wise choices now in order to maintain Truckee's small town character and quality of life. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gove. I'm a 12-year resident, a licensed architect, and current member of GPAC. Again, thank you, Planning Commission, for yet another evening away from your families to serve our community, and to those contributing public comment and watching today. I was really relieved to hear the fantastic public comment and robust Planning Commission dialogue from last week's meeting. Many great points were made and questions being asked, and the painstaking exercise of getting into the nitty-gritty of what makes these changes what they mean for our town were truly explored. I submitted as public comment a compiled document of all the public comment letters that were presented to the GPAC at our last meeting, as I think it is crucial to hear from more of the folks that have taken the time out of their extremely busy lives to speak to their positions on the general plan update so far. Between these letters, spoken comment at GPAC meetings, comments provided from the public survey, public comment presented to the Planning Commission in the last 2 weeks, there is overwhelming and clear support for low growth. In fact, there seems to actually be a consensus. So a gentle reminder that tonight you are representing the public, not personal goals. Overall, if we were to support greater density just to get a mere 15% affordable housing in return, we are then in turn in support of 85% market rate housing. And if you're in support of 85% market rate, then I have to remind you that 85% will either be second home buyers driving from Sacramento or the Bay for a whopping round trip of 400 miles per visit, and are in favor of all the GHG associated with that voyage, or full-time population growth, approve of the tremendous service, workforce, and infrastructure demands associated with that growth. Imagine what a tragedy that the solution we introduce putting only further demands on our town. It is like we're all drug addicts looking for a hit, willing to do anything to find the holy grail, the yellow brick road to affordable housing, looking for a short-term win when we should be looking at truly long-term solutions. There's just too much at stake here. We are all fumbling around for answers to our town's affordable housing problem. I don't think it is an overstatement to say under duress, while we still are just accumulating the information. At what expense are we going to erode our town's character? At what expense are we going to compromise our open space? At what expense are we willing to jeopardize our safety in regards to wildfire? It is clear from the public comment that the community is not interested in sacrificing these things for sexier architecture on Donner Pass Road, bike lanes, or public transit. Town character, open space, lives lost in a wildfire. These things are things we cannot get back. Perhaps despite our best attempts, rezoning doesn't provide the assurances we need to address our affordable housing issues, and we need to course correct and look to achieve them through other avenues. We already have growth built into the existing plan, or Alternative A. Maybe subsidies, grants, coupled with the density bonuses already in place is the only solution that will get us to where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gove.
Hello, I'm Kathy Eccles. I want to thank all of you for your careful consideration of all these land use alternatives. Watching the deliberation last week and your careful questioning gave me hope that perhaps we can create a town that values the natural environment that we have the responsibility to protect, and a town that's a community, not just an urban-style, overcrowded, hip tourist destination. From the discussion today, I realize that decisions must be made tonight, and that concerns me very much because there are so many things that we don't know right now before we put this down into our land use alternatives. I support decisions that plan for the lowest possible density numbers because of the following reasons. What are the dwelling unit numbers already approved in the other areas of town? Are these housing and commercial units being considered in tandem with the 5 focus areas? It's one thing I've never quite understood. Also, how many units might be built with the state law density bonuses townwide? According to the staff report for tomorrow's town council meeting, Assembly Bill 2345 creates those huge density bonuses. Like a 100-unit project would result in 150 units, 15 of them being affordable and 130 being market rate. That's exactly what the previous commenter talked about. Let's work on solutions to the housing crisis without building more market rate housing. It's important to understand all the ramifications of these California laws before making the decisions. In addition to AB 2345, other bills will increase density without any upzoning. SB 9 allows for 4 dwelling units on single-family lots. SB 10 allows for apartment buildings on single-family lots. How many dwelling units will be allocated? Is this going to affect arena numbers? Are there exemptions in these bills for high fire zones, rural areas? What are the exemptions for the high fire areas in SB 330? A full examination of these new state laws by multiple attorneys well-versed in these laws is needed before these decisions are made. So I support waiting for decisions to be made until these California laws can be researched and evaluated, but I can tell by the discussion today that's not going to happen. So I support deciding on the lowest possible density numbers while waiting to see how all these California laws will affect the density numbers. Perhaps some type of plan can be made now to guide the Planning Commission if it becomes necessary to increase our density because of Reno allocations. That way, all this important work by the Planning Department, the Planning Commission, and the community can be used if needed, but mistakes will not be made in the land use alternatives that are difficult to change. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Eccles.
Good morning or good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jake Hudson, and I just was a little concerned that we're swinging a little bit too far one way. And I think that these land use alternatives will provide options for creative development. We have a great opportunity for infill development and redevelopment within the town. We need to provide a variety of housing. If Truckee overly restricts housing development, it will push the development out into Nevada County. And we've seen with Placer County what that does to our town. We get the impacts without the benefit of having it in town. So going too low with our density will just create greater sprawl and push the development out into existing undeveloped areas. So That's really all I have to say is don't get too restrictive. Be creative with these new land use options we have, and hopefully we can solve some of our current issues using those options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Commissioner Gov, Planning Commission members. Peter Greenberger, 22 years in Truckee and a couple over at the lake. Tonight, I just wanted to make a few quick comments about guiding principles and strategies which might be employed in making these decisions to get us where we need to go. I know that from 2010 to 2020, we had completed about 400 affordable housing units in the town of Truckee. As we heard earlier, the need is close to 4,500. How do we accomplish that? How do we do that in an appropriate way? I know that during the many discussions in the early 2000s about the rail yard development project, there was a consensus that infill development makes sense and that the town does not want to sprawl in all different directions. This is logical. It's consistent with the history and character of the town of Truckee. I also know that from talking with Steve Frisch that historically, Truckee had more four-story buildings downtown than it has today. This is a part of the history and the character of this town. So, for us to make decisions which would allow such things is not counter to the character and the history of the town. The more important aspect is how is it done? Is it done with consideration to the aesthetics and architectural features, mass, scale, variation in structures and style, that would help us to get to a place where the development the things that are built may increase size, they may increase the population of the town, but they're also going to enhance the character of the community when those things are done. Kat has presented a list of land use alternative choices or preferences that closely mirror the recommendations of town staff. And I urge the planning commissioners to give that careful consideration. Last comment really quickly. I know that in this discussion, there's been a lot of discussion about VMT and, how do we do things that take that into consideration. The most important consideration is that in reducing greenhouse gas is that we don't have half the town driving from Truckee every day to go to work. These are the things that have a big impact. And, when I walk around town, I see help wanted signs everywhere. I see businesses that are suffering. Community character depends on businesses and also services. The town has lost a lot of staff recently, and service level is suffering. So this is an urgent issue. It's a need, and I would just ask you tonight to incorporate flexibility into the recommendations and decisions that you make for town council. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
Good evening, Planning Commission and staff and audience. I'm Paul Laudenschlager, and I'm in this context, I'm representing CAT and also the Truckee Engineers Association. I have one focus area comment and then some general comments. So let's do the focus area one first. CAT and I support option 5 for focus area 4, which is West River Street. And the reason for this, it provides the most flexibility for creative development and redevelopment for that area. And we don't want to have really good projects like one that's currently being considered for co-housing be pigeonholed or have to do rezoning because we can't get it approved under the current zoning. Now let's move on to some general comments. First, I have respect for a lot of you, for actually all of you, and for council as well. I'm sorry. But what I want to say is I think the process is too quick here. You're being forced by the council deadlines and so forth. But I think a recommendation from this meeting might be that certain things need further study, that the process is too quick. There are thousands of pages of data and studies to go through and much decision-making to make to get this right. And otherwise, there'll be mistakes, like last time. Why do we have high-density residential on Upper MacGyver? That somehow got through in the last general plan, and that looks like a mistake to me. Next, I want to talk about the process per se. We're spending literally 100% on the focus areas. There's other land use decisions in town that need to be made and that are equally important as the focus areas, such as the Brockway Soaring Way area, empty parcels in the rail yard. I think these need attention too, and they're going to take time to get there. Finally, if we look at the staff report, the difference between the alternatives is only 500 residential units, but 400,000 square feet of commercial area. These general plan alternatives look like they're pushing a lot of commercial into the town, which we may or may not need, but not enough residential to meet the requirements that so many have stated.
Thank you, Mr. Laudenschlager.
Good evening, Council. Mike Wolf. I wanted to first start out by saying I really don't envy you in your discussions tonight. You guys have done great work, and I know we all really appreciate it. I sent a letter in talking about maintaining low densities as we make our decisions going forward. And I think Danielle did a great job of really picking the key out of that is to try and go backwards after we make density decisions is very difficult. So I just want to be careful. I'm not against growth or density necessarily. I just think it needs to be wise and not necessarily impacting the whole town at once. So if we are increasing density of, up by Pioneer Center, out by the middle school, then why do we need to say along Donner Pass Road? Well, actually, Donner Pass Road makes sense to me, but Donner Lake. So that's what I wanted to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Well, hello again. Sharon Freeman, member of the GPAC and 20-plus year resident of Truckee. I'm really glad that there's going to be a second chance to make public comment because there's a lot of things that I do want to talk about. But at this point, I really just have to second what the gentleman in the blue shirt was just talking about, how we're taking this huge process. We're talking about changing our existing plan and going wildly into a different direction and basing this, having just one session to talk about it. The last session wasn't even a full session. And this is so important, and to have, whether it's town council or maybe it's the staff scheduling, trying to push this through, especially when we're just coming out of the pandemic, there's way more important decisions made here that you could just do in one night. And I think that if things are going in the direction you like, well, then you want to push it through. But the public has made it so overwhelmingly clear that they support low growth. They support preserving our community character, protecting our environment, and getting affordable housing. And yet we keep being told that the way to get that is to increase our density and increase our growth. But this goes completely counter to what the overwhelming majority of the public supports and what the GPAC supports. The GPAC meeting, the last one, got canceled before we had a chance to go over the hybrid alternative that Matt came up with. It's something that people really supported, and we never got a chance to actually flesh that out. We keep pushing through the alternatives that were given by the consulting team without actually taking into consideration what the public has come up with for ourselves. So we're listening to these urban planners trying to come up with solutions for rural problems. And we've got a great plan that's been giving us slow, sustainable growth. This is an awesome town. It's been awesome for the last 20 years I've been here. So for me, I don't understand why we would suddenly try and veer off course and do something completely different without listening to the public and pushing the process through as quickly as possible and not giving it the time that it really needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
Chair Gov and honorable commissioners, my name is Jan Holland, Alternative Transportation Representative for the GPAC. I'm also so grateful you're taking the time to dissect the focus areas and decouple the options presented to you. I'm here a few general thoughts that are more broad from a lot of the reading that I've done for comments and some of the work that I've done meeting with folks that are really keen on alternative transportation. Traffic and parking is unlikely to get better, but our alternative transportations certainly can. Bike, transit, and walking. Infill and increased density in our town core can help make alternative transportation more viable while reining in sprawling development at the outskirts of town. Workforce housing is an important issue to tackle, certainly. We do need more income-restricted housing options, but we also just need more housing, period, particularly multifamily housing. Creating policies to encourage workforce housing and restricting STRs are a good place to start. On the co-housing side, or West River, I know you've gotten several comments on that, but I've also been told that it was too dense and it was hard to read. So I'll just try to summarize that. Our goal is to create a mixed income community, including small family, multi-family homes, both market rate and subsidized housing. Only 2 properties have been rezoned from industrial to housing and mixed use in that West River zone, and that was the properties that we purchased. The reason why we purchased them is because they were rezoned to housing and mixed use, not industrial. All the other properties in that area are industrial, and people keep saying, how come it hasn't changed from industrial? I'll tell you, because it's all zoned industrial for the most part. The co-housing parcel is one of the 2 parcels that is subject to the River Protection Overlay District, which now creates a 75-foot setback beyond the 100-year floodplain. So already in our current general plan, we've got baked in that we can have that, have some open space there. Please don't require a master plan for this area for obvious reasons. Don't require all parcels to provide 30% open space. To clarify, the co-housing group is fine with 30% open space on the riverfront parcel. It's already baked in. We're already planning for it. Currently, the co-housing parcel has an unlimited FAR and a potential housing units of 192 housing units. This is unrealistically high density, and we're happy to support a downzoning, but worry that any FAR below 1.25 will make it increase the cost, will make it very difficult to redevelop, and would probably force us to abandon our project. The north side of the West River, please don't abandon this. This is some great opportunities for potential workforce housing, a trail near Donner Creek. And, if you go off the menu, East River Street, there's an area where there's DRH 24. This is super dense. You have an opportunity to downzone. I'm all for infill, but you got an opportunity to downzone on East River Street.
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Hi, my name's Jody Hubble, and I'm glad I waited to hear other comments because I want to kind of piggyback on them. Jan, I think, was just saying, yeah, we do need affordable housing, but yes, we just need housing with restrictions on short-term rentals. And I know that's not in your realm, but that's really what we need, because I have friends that don't qualify for low-income housing. But they still want to live here, and I think that that's also a big part of it, is also looking at alternatives to single-family residence, which this is something that came out about after the baby boom, and it was all like going to suburbs and 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses with a master and 2 little rooms. And that's one thing that, when I've heard a little bit about the co-housing, is that they're looking at doing I forget what they call it, but apartments for adults, basically, and with big rooms, so that somebody doesn't have to sleep in a living room, and we need to reimagine how housing works so that it does work for, the 25. I moved here around 25, and bunch of roommates, no problem. Now I'm in my 50s, and most of my friends either didn't have kids or their kids are grown. They don't want to be in a 3-bedroom with roommates. They want to live by themselves. So we need more 1-bedroom, maybe 2-bedroom. And so it would be great if we had more ADUs to be able to do that. That seems like the right way to do it, because my friends also don't want to live in apartments. They don't. They want to live in, in an ADU, but one with a full flipping kitchen in it, So more of those would be amazing. And I don't know. I think that's the just comment on the on like mixed use. I know that I work in the Rock, and I'm on the 3rd floor, and that was originally designed to be apartments. I don't know what happened that it wasn't, but I do know one of the things I see as being a challenge with that is snow removal. If you have a space that's used during the day commercially and then residentially at night, like there isn't a chance for anybody to come through and do snow removal ever, So I can see why that doesn't always work. It seems like a great idea, but maybe that is something that won't work in this area. So the other thing that came about when we were here for the open house is out in Glenshire, I believe it was one of the communities out there, they have a minimum square foot requirement. And I don't know if that's something you all can address at any point, but somebody bought a lot, wanted to build a new house, and they were told that they had to build 3,000 square feet. That seems ridiculous to have that. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Ms. Hubble.
I've got a prop.
I can see that.
It will be. I did print it, but if you could take one and pass it on, there's probably there for the staff table. And I'm not sure how legible this will be to folks at home. I will share this, and I'll just hold it for right now. I guess that's pretty good. All right. My name's Brendan Riley. I'm a Truckee resident, HPAC member, Nikki's husband, and care very deeply about our town. And I really want to appreciate the comments tonight. I used to live in a living room behind a sheet. Nikki didn't know me then. I'm glad I had that behind me as we started to get to know each other. But I totally understand the housing issue. As an architect, as a small business person, I understand that. And so what I've got here in front of me is really an aggregation of data from the land use briefing book. It's those little colorful bar charts that are in there. We've probably all been looking at these and trying to understand them. The solid bar represents the existing units that we already have. It could be a single family unit, a multifamily. It could be square footage of commercial office, commercial office and industrial area. The fuzzy area is the growth potential under any of these townwide alternatives. And so in housing, in alternative A, we've got the solid bar indicating what we already have. We've got 3,066 units that are potentially available with A. So if you start to look at this and you look at all the housing compared to each other, multifamily to each other, business to each other, and you just look at the percentage of the new plan or the new alternative to the growth potential of the existing general plan. So under A, we can build 3,066. That's 100% of A, because A is A, as 3,066. You start to look at these other alternatives, single-family residential, single-family dwellings, not quite 100%. We would lose a little bit of that building type in any of these alternatives. You look at housing for multifamily, desperately need the housing, right? You look at the alternatives B through F, because A is already covered. Of course, there's growth in A. There is no non-growth plan. But you look at A, and you look at B through F, we gain 11%, 22%, 31%, 12%, 18%. We're making some improvements there. If you look at business, commercial, and office space, you might be surprised, I know I was, to see, boy, we really must need commercial and office space under any of these alternatives. B, we gain 33%. C, 45%. D, 47%. that much more than what we're already planning for. Business and industrial add 68%, 50%, 50%, 96%. We're almost going to double under the low growth alternative, almost going to double our industrial area. So I have to ask, if housing is what most of the people spoke about tonight, and if community character is most of what I'm reading on the in the comments submitted, why are these alternatives so focused, so heavily motivated to increasing the job problems, the things that create the demand for new workers and for new workforce? Where do these people live? These new people working at these new jobs. Where do these people live when so little of our general plan effort and our alternatives are falling short here? Realize I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Okay. And with that, we will close public comment number 1.
Chair Gove, are you interested in having our consultant give you some additional context to some of the public comment?
Why not? Absolutely. Yep.
Chelsea, if you're on, we're going to pull you up on Zoom.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. I thought that we should just take a minute to address and discuss the development capacity numbers, because there's a lot of attention on those numbers. And I understand why, because they're highlighted in this report, and we see this big increase in commercial and office square footage. And I can tell that, that's concerning. I want to point to sort of where those come from and some of the assumptions behind that. One of the big strategies of the alternatives process to create more housing opportunities was to redesignate a couple of the commercial areas, commercial corridors, from commercial to mixed use, to provide some more flexibility to allow for more housing and a broader mix of uses. And so we take an area like Donner Pass Road, where the current regulations allow a floor area ratio of 0.2 and allow for housing at 4 units per acre if it's in a mixed use project, or 12 units per acre if it's a standalone residential. And the mixed use designations provide a lot more flexibility. It's a fairly minor change to say go from the commercial designation to mixed use low. Under the mixed use low, it's sort of a switch in how the standards happen. So the mixed use low would have a maximum FAR of 0.8, and that assumes that you're building, if you were to build a mixed use project with, say, ground floor commercial and residential above, that it fits within the envelope of a 0.8 FAR, that you get both the commercial and the housing in that 0.8. And so it's about just creating greater flexibility. The development capacity numbers are only as good as our assumptions in the model. And so for the mixed use low, we assume that roughly 40% of the floor area goes for retail commercial, 20% for office, 35% for residential. Now that mix could be different. You could see more housing, more standalone housing, and less commercial office. And in fact, the market analysis that BAE prepared shows that you're likely to get a lot less retail commercial than what we assume here. So these are build out numbers that are based on some rough assumptions. If every single parcel that's in the vacant and underutilized build out analysis were to build out with 40% of that floor area as commercial and 20% as office. So it might not, the numbers aren't saying what will happen, it's just showing what the theoretical capacity is under that 0.8 FAR with those assumptions. So again, it's not what will happen, it's just sort of what there is capacity for.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's just dive into Glenshire, shall we?
Can I,
What's on your
before we
mind,
dive
Susie?
into specifics, can I do a few questions?
Sure.
Super. I feel bad. I think, Paul, you had talked about MacGyver being part of the other general plan, and it wasn't. It wasn't part of the general plan. It was that. So when I was shaking my head, you weren't saying anything. I wasn't. Anyway, I just, it wasn't part of the general plan. It was done because we didn't have enough in our general plan, just so you know. I do want to quick clarify the density bonus. With the density bonus, like if you had 100 units that you were zoned for, and you're going for the density bonus, you can get up to 80% more, you can get up to 180, but that means that first whole 100 has to be affordable. So it's not insignificant. The density bonus can get us a higher percentage of affordable housing. So I need to ask a staff question here. Did I say that right? Okay, good. And then we have this town requirement that if you don't build to the maximum density, you're required to do a higher percentage of affordable, correct? And does that, like if you have a range of 6 to 12 or 6 to 18, does that mean 6 is 100% acceptable, or is 18 what is acceptable, and if you're less than that, then you have to build more affordability? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, our current regulations that we have don't really have that range, with the exception of in the Dorga Ranch specific plan and the MacGyver site. So when we created that policy, it didn't necessarily match up with that. So I wish I could have a better answer for you on that, but I don't.
Okay, so we haven't come into this.
We haven't had this come up yet, yeah.
Okay, and then at the co-housing site, they're currently zoned up to 24, or is it a range? I'm sorry, it's probably in the email we talked about earlier today. I can look for it if you know.
Sure, there's 2 different zone districts on the entire property. One is DRH 24, which is downtown residential high density, 24 units an acre. Then the other one is DMU, downtown mixed use. And that also allows 24 units per acre, but it's not a requirement.
Okay, and so would either of those, if they're not at the 24, then they would be required to do a higher percentage of affordability. Is that correct?
If a project came in at less than, in the housing parcel, if it came in at less than 24 units per acre, then yes, they would be required to do greater affordability.
So we'll just have to reassess that whole thing if we end up with these ranges. It's not that if you're in that 6 to 24 and you go for the 6, then you're not necessarily going to be required to do a higher percentage. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, who wants to lead off the discussion here with in regards to Glenshire?
I can go through a few comments.
Please.
This one, I like the idea of maybe starting with some lower hanging fruit. I basically have 3 things to say. I would prefer mixed use low in the center node area over commercial, because 6 to 18 units per acre gets us closer to that minimum to make transit work. I would love to see the development transferred out of Canyon Springs. I think that's so far from a place where we could meaningfully support it with transit that I would like to not put people there that we can't get out easily. It's a great place for trees, better place for trees than people. And finally, I really appreciated the comment about I forget the speaker's name, but about how there's currently a minimum size requirement for this very low density residential. I think our challenge, maybe in the next general plan or for our mobility coordinator, is to figure out how to retrofit this kind of suburbia. So I would like to put fewer people there if possible, and I would propose having, I realize this is more of a policy, but having a maximum of 1,500 square feet for the very low residential parts of Glenshire.
Okay.
I might need a review of that. That went really fast.
Yeah.
I'll do my best to put policy parts aside, but referring to specifically what's in the focus area, I would like to see mixed use low in I want to call it the center area, and to transfer development right or down zone or whatever mechanism we need to make sure that Canyon Springs is not developed with housing.
So I have a question for staff. Going back to our meeting last week, what does removing something like Canyon Springs do to our arena numbers? Can you walk me through that again?
So the Canyon Springs is a low-density site, so it's not really technically considered an affordable housing site within our housing element, it's an above moderate, unrestricted, affordable. It's not an affordable housing type in our housing element, so it's not really identified as a site in our housing element.
Got it. So makes no change.
It doesn't. What it does do is it does bring in the SB 330 no net loss discussion that we had last week, where we did find that we would have to find a receiving site for the loss density.
Do we have to name a specific receiving site, or do we just need to have a net equal or higher number of housing units later?
We have to find a site, and there's been legislation. Originally, when SB 330 was adopted, it said you have to do it concurrently, but it wasn't clear what that meant. And now we have 6 months, but it does have to be a specific site. And to anticipate a question that may be asked, because I think it was asked last week, although there is an exception in SB 330's no net loss rule for properties in very high fire hazard severity zones, and try saying that 3 times fast, there's an exception to the exemption that basically guts it. It says that if there's a parcel that's within a very high fire hazard severity zone that complies with fire mitigation measures, such as our own WUI measures, then the exemption for properties in the very high fire hazard severity zone doesn't apply.
One more, sorry. Do we, in this general plan update, need to designate that receiving location, or can we just say, here's where we'd like the houses to go, and then leave it to staff and implementation to identify those transfer opportunities?
I mean, I think the simplest thing that we were recommending is to maintain the current general plan, and then you could have a policy in there that we add for a future action to identify the receiver site if we want. Because I think what you're talking about is more the transfer of development rights, which we've talked about before. But that would be, to Andy's point, finding the very specific location.
Right, and another approach, if the goal is to ensure that nothing is ever built on that site, if the Truckee Donner Land Trust succeeds in acquiring it, and if TDLT wishes to record a conservation easement or an open space easement, or some other legally binding document that would prohibit development, that would be perfectly fine. And that would not trigger the need for the town to find units somewhere else in town, because we wouldn't have anything to do with that action. So it gets to the same place of protecting the site without having that kind of spillover effect of us needing to designate some receiver sites.
So I can speak to this. I'm on the Martyrs Fund board, been a board member since 2012, and I'm part of the fundraising committee for the purchase of this property. And while we don't have 100% of the money, we're 98% to our goal. So it's incredibly likely that's going to happen. And so that would be the likely pathway, is that we don't have to talk about transfer of development rights or opportunity, because there won't be any. This property will be preserved as open space in perpetuity. So it does solve that issue.
So I'm in favor of that, so that we don't have to designate a receiver site.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Takes the hard work out of it. Though there's the hard work on us who are raising the $11.6 million in a very short amount of time. But thankfully, we have a ton of support, so it's going quite well.
I just want to point out, I like the direction that that's going. It feels disingenuous to work around what is clearly a rule intended to help us transfer that development capacity somewhere else. I don't know if anyone else is uncomfortable with that. I just want to express that. If we were to formally downzone it, we would have to put housing somewhere else. And this feels like a workaround to avoid having to do that.
I don't have a problem working around cockamamie ideas out of Sacramento.
Yeah.
So then should we center the rest of our discussion on the mixed use low versus, I'm sorry, I forget, commercial area?
Yes, let's go ahead and then move in that direction. Do you want to weigh in on that, Ruth?
I thought I already said that I preferred mixed use low.
Okay, gotcha. Susie?
Come back to me.
Okay. Nikki?
I'll weigh in. I've lived in Glenshire since 2002. I know it well, and I actually served on the Planning Commission when we reviewed the Knights Crossing project. So I don't know if any of you were here at that time. Yeah, but it was a really, I thought, exciting project. It was, in my mind, what we would consider mixed use. It had residential on the second floor. It had office space. It had retail or restaurant. There was an intended restaurant. And this was before we had Glenshire Pizza, which is amazing. So part of my thing is we're already suited for all of this. It really just comes down to the interest, the desirability, the investment, and we haven't had that. Even though we had a project go through the Planning Commission, get approved, had a required affordability component, I think tied to, I believe it was tied to probably the workforce housing ordinance at that time. So we had all the pieces in place, and it really just came down to, we weren't able to seal the deal. So my position this evening is to stay the course. I continued to hear in the public comment that we got this evening at the podium, as well as those who wrote letters kind of at the 11th hour, and thank you to everyone who participated, that the sentiment of staying the course and maintaining the approach that we've been taking thus far with our current general plan. And so my recommendation is to stay with option 1, our current general plan. And then we have to address the Canyon Springs site, which effectively is off the table. I would like to speak to what Ruth said about kind of the loss of units and stuff and the all of that. I do believe there are opportunities. I spoke with Jan Zabriskie about this earlier. There are opportunities around town that I see will be areas for increased development in the more single-family or ADU type, like the rail yard, the Trout Creek District. That's all single-family zoning. So there's opportunities, especially with our new density laws, to envision areas throughout our town where increased density of kind of not quite Canyon Springs, because that's really would be high-end, large parcel development, but something smaller, something more like what Jody was talking about, smaller properties, more affordable by design. I don't like to say that, but I do think ADUs will fit that mold if we create local restrictions. But so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Would you mind suggesting some neighborhoods where it would be appropriate in your mind to transfer development in?
So I did. I said the rail yard, I think, is a great location. It's downtown. It's the core. It's the nexus of our existing general plan is density in the core, walkable, connected. I've also, I've gone on the record. I was on the Planning Commission for this decision for the Grays Crossing cottage site. Great access to town, walkable, bikeable, transit, near the schools. It's got 89 lots. It was, in all reason, it should be locally deed restricted. Huge opportunity there. And I want to see, I'm personally trying to work, I want that to happen. And again, it fits the mold of these things that we are lacking in this community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Riley, Commissioner Freeman.
Nikki, maybe having lived in Glenshire, you can help explain to me why we would not want mixed use for that small area.
I think there's already mixed use. It is mixed use by all accounts. The project we approved at Knights Crossing is mixed use. There was housing, like I said, restaurant, commercial, office space, and maybe staff could speak more to that. I'm getting kind of caught up in the semantics, the talk of the flexibility, this and that. Chelsea's comments about kind of the FAR and the combined housing and commercial, I know I'm not alone in saying it is confusing, and it's a lot to kind of wrap my head around, and that's why my position is why can't we do that now? And maybe staff could help, address that, your question. I don't see why we couldn't do mixed use today in that location.
The specific part about the mixed use that's been proposed is that it's dense enough to support transit. And I know one of the mobility proposals under consideration is microtransit to that commercial node. And I would be concerned about the experience of waiting for, I don't know, the experience of booking the microtransit and then transferring to something else in town. So I would hope that that commercial node could be dense enough to satisfy those neighborhood needs. And I don't believe that the commercial zoning is enough to hit our threshold for transit.
Do you know that the bus doesn't even go to my community?
I'm talking about 2040.
I'm talking about today.
Yes, I'm aware of our
I
current-
can't get the bus to my neighborhood so that I can go into town without getting in my car, or my kids can go to school, or my kids can go into town, like, they can ride their bike and they can get on, the bus, or they can go around. But, and just looking at the developable area, there's not a lot of square footage that's unbuilt in Glenshire. It's very, very limited. So I am trying to acknowledge what's there and the character and what's appropriate. I hear what you're saying about trying to increase the population to get the transit, but if we can't even get the bus to Glenshire today with however many thousands of units we have, I think that speaks more about other things.
Maybe just a little bit of context about how we came up with some of these numbers. So this is another example where we did go parcel by parcel for the commercial area, and I did pull out Knights Crossing again, and we talked about that with Ascent pretty extensively. And we looked at, okay, with even the Glenshire store parcel, what's the redevelopment potential for that? Could you add more housing units? Is this square footage that's there kind of the best utilized? What are incentives that would trigger someone to want to redevelop that? And that's how we created that additional density and square footage. So Knights Crossing, I think, was about 22,000 square feet off the top of my head, and it was really low density. I think it had a couple of duplexes as part of it. So what we were trying to do in this example is kind of take the feedback we got from the earlier workshops that we had, where there was interest in just having a little bit more. People really enjoy Glenshire pizza and wanted to see, Valerie Green do Knights Crossing. But I think just given where we are now, there really has to be a little bit more of an incentive for someone to take that property and do a project that's mixed use, which does come into having higher density residential and a little bit more square footage for that. So it's really only a difference of about 11,000 square feet of commercial versus what we looked at with Knights Crossing. So it's pretty low. It's pretty low density. I mean, we were trying to balance that, Glenshire didn't necessarily want to grow huge to start, but that maybe having this jump start of a little bit of additional square footage and density would incentivize someone to build on those.
Do you have any graphics or anything that we could look at, like in your discussions, that you thought might be appropriate? Like obviously Brenda and I talk about this stuff all the time. The Rock, in my opinion, is a beautiful example of mixed use. I think it occupies the site so effectively. The architecture is beautiful. It's so compatible with our environment and character. I think Gateway East is also quite successful. I don't remember who did it. Ryan Group is in one of the buildings. It also is where the physical therapy buildings are. So I have in my mind these examples of newer development that I think is successful. And so it would be helpful to understand kind of staff and the consultants' thoughts on when you guys were coming up with what would another 11,000 square feet look like in Glenshire, what does that look like? Because I don't see 5-story apartment buildings. I actually thought Knights Crossing, the residential was built into the actual buildings. I didn't see them as separate units. But I'm just curious if there was something we could wrap our heads around.
Yeah, I mean, we don't unfortunately have a graphic. That was like our working sheets of papers that we had and discussions that we did with many, many maps over the course of a lot of discussions in our weekly meetings with Ascent. The Rock, since that's a good example, was about 0.35 FAR, and I think that's just the commercial portion, not the townhomes portion. So we're talking about something that's similar to the Rock with a story of residential kind of on the second floor. So just for a picture of what this could look like.
That's it, Commissioner Riley? All right. So can we all, do we all feel like we're in accord here with this language that staff is up on the screen?
I just want to clarify, this, just changing that little area at the existing commercial, I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet. At that existing commercial area, that would give us a potential of 37 more multifamily units, is what I'm seeing on the briefing book.
It's 30.
Okay, from the seven are already in the existing, sorry, so 30 more units on top of that. And where are the 26 units now? There's multifamily housing in Glenshire?
Yeah, it's based on the zoning for that area, which would be the 4 units an acre for a mixed-use project.
They don't currently exist. It's what the existing general plan would allow for.
Under neighborhood commercial zoning.
Hold on, no, but if I'm looking at option 1, it says 26 plus 7. So 26 exist and 7 are a possibility for the future. Or is that not correct?
They're saying they exist in the current plan, not that they've been constructed.
No, the plus 7 is the potential.
I do agree.
I'm looking at option 1.
I do agree that the document does say that there's 26 units constructed. I don't know exactly where they are. I don't know if our consultants can weigh in.
In Glenshire?
That's what it says, but I don't know exactly where.
That may be an error.
Yeah, no, I don't know of any multifamily units constructed in Glenshire currently.
This is Chelsea. I could weigh in on the source of that information. That's the number that's in the traffic model, and that's where all of the existing units and existing square footage are what's in the traffic model. And it's possible it's duplex or attached housing. I'm not sure if there's any of that, but the traffic model is the source of that data.
It could have been in a project that was approved when the traffic model was last done, back with the last general plan. So maybe it was Knights Crossing. I don't know how many units were proposed at that time.
And Nikki, where was the Knights Crossing in this same commercial area?
Yes, so are you familiar with the Glenshire General Store? So across the street where the Playdate preschool is, that's where Knights Crossing was planned.
Okay, it's all in that big same open area.
Yes,
right?
That's the entirety, I think, of the commercial area. There is a vacant lot to the east of Glenshire Pizza and the Coldwell Banker office, which is just dirt. And then, as you know, there's a big parking lot. Yeah, look at that.
So I think the take-home message, recognizing that might be a mistake, the 26 units, is that under option 1, we would likely get about 7 units with our current neighborhood commercial zoning. And under a mixed-use scenario, we would get up to about 30 more. I don't know if that helps.
I mean, it does. Can I ask one of you guys to just run a little quick number from last week? In a very similar way for Donner Lake, if you stayed with the general plan, we had a capacity for 14 more multifamily units. If you went with the option 2, there was a possibility of 54 more units, but then we changed it from the up to 18 dwelling units per density to up to 12. So I'm assuming that we're getting less than 50 or less than 50, 40 there. Can anybody, well, anyway, so it's somewhere less than 40 that we've already accounted for.
Yeah, I mean, we would want to go parcel by parcel to find out that information, because I mean, that's how you establish is you take the acreage and multiply it by the dwellings per acre.
Okay, I want to try and, again, my concern is that this is a 20-year plan. And I want to try and meet the need that we know is coming in 6 years for our regional housing needs allocation, right? And so it's hard to go from these small ones and then go to the bigger ones, but I'm trying to see, I would like to know the number we're trying to get to is around 800, and I'm trying to put those in places, does that make sense, and account for it. So that's why I'm keeping track of the numbers. That's all. Not knowing how, yeah, that's it.
I just want to say I agree and I'm concerned about RENA, but I don't think Glenshire is the place to put much of that housing.
But that you are in favor of the mixed-use low, which comes with that 37 or that 30 units.
It comes with some, but not enough to like make a sizable chunk in the RENA.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we see that language again?
A quick question for staff. Is there a height limit currently in Glenshire? Or is there, it doesn't really specify mixed use low if there was a height limit. I think probably one of the biggest things we think about with maintaining character is not seeing bigger buildings and taller buildings than we're accustomed to.
Yeah, it's currently a 35-foot height limit.
So can you fit 3 stories in there? You probably could.
You can, yeah.
Could we say mixed use low, but no more than 2 stories?
Yep.
We can say, I think, whatever we want.
True story.
I guess it's still 35 feet, whether it's 2 stories or 3.
It says 3.5 stories. Should it say 35 feet? Because 3.5 stories in theory could be like 40, right? If you have a 12-foot.
That's out of the development code. So the development code says 35 feet or 3.5 stories, whichever is less.
Whichever's less, right, okay.
I mean, most people don't do a half story.
Yeah, okay. I like the direction Dan's going. I also would support, if we were going to go with the mixed use low, I want there to be a locals overlay. I want the housing to be locals housing. People need to be working here. We need to be addressing this deficit with all these jobs that are going to be created with all the extra commercial, retail, industrial.
And so for that locals overlay, would that be something like inside of the school district bounds, kind of like Coburn Crossing, or what do you have in mind?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, for the MARTAS fund, we look at the entire TTUSD boundary in terms of the money we give for down payment assistance and such. If we're just going low, I mean, I go on the record, I want all the housing that we promote tonight to be locals housing, but I'm specifically just speaking on this property.
Okay.
I'm sorry, so I emailed back and forth with staff a bunch today, and I thought it was my understanding that you can't just have an overlay requiring that. You can have an overlay enticing that with extra density. Is that correct?
Right, so what I'm understanding, and we should probably clarify this, is, because this will come up, I think, with other focus areas, is that the interest that the community has raised is to look at the 2025 general plan densities as sort of the baseline, and then if we're going to allow for higher densities, use the mechanisms that we have to have those be for kind of workforce or locals housing, however we define that. And so we've talked about this quite a bit, and the answer is yes, you can do that with an incentive. So a new zoning overlay map could be that incentive. So I wrote it on here just very generically saying locals housing overlay, but yes, we can do that. The difference though is that we can't take the 2025 densities that we have and say now all of those have to be 100% restricted.
Right, it would just apply to the increased densities.
There's a couple things at play here. We can't have an overlay that basically mandates 100% affordability. First of all, can't do that. Secondly, we can't have an overlay that mandates that everyone who lives there has to be a local. Because we can't, as a government entity, we can't say nobody is allowed to move here. We simply can't do that. So like Danielle said, locals overlay consisting of incentives, sure. Although we have to be a little bit careful about what we define as local. I mean, maybe it's more workforce, maybe it's income oriented rather than area of residence oriented. But incentives broadly might be okay. Mandates, no.
So we've been able with the MARTAS fund to create these local deed restrictions, 180% area median income restrictions, because we are providing a benefit to the developer. Is that correct? And maybe you could speak to Blair Wallace's project at Donner Lake. We required that to be 100% locals, or you're employed within the TTUSD boundaries, and then,
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question, and thanks for asking it. So private parties can do things that government entities cannot. Broadly, the government has to treat everybody equally. It's the equal protection clause of both the U.S. and California constitutions. So in general, the town, if we were to have a widespread town policy saying locals only, you're not allowed to move to Truckee, only people in Truckee can live in Truckee, that would be unconstitutional. We can't do that. So the town is probably not going to be buying any locals only deed restrictions, but the Martis Fund, as a private entity, certainly can do that. But we have to sort of look out for everybody, not just locals.
So we need to privatize the town.
I'll let you be in charge of that and get back to me with how it goes.
Can I talk a little bit about that incentive thing? And you mentioned, like, if you're restricting it to 180% of the area median income, for a single person, that means you're making up to $55 an hour. I'm not sure that that's that helpful. That's for a single person. If you're restricting it to 180% of area median income, for a family of four, that means combined, the two people earning an income there have to make, or can make up to $80 an hour, so each making $40 an hour. I feel like that's too high. I would rather see something around our actual median, or at most our moderate income. For a moderate income, up to 120%. A single person is making $37 an hour. A family of four with two income earners, they're earning combined up to $53 an hour, so a $20 an hour and a $30 an hour income.
So just to help you understand, when I talk about the work that the Martis Fund is doing with regards to 180%, these are for purchase products. These are to help locals buy housing, existing housing stock, which, as you know, is incredibly expensive. Even in the last year or two, we've seen median home prices from $600,000 go to $1 million and go up and up. So now things are getting more difficult, but the intent behind the Martis Fund having a 180% ceiling was we wanted to allow greater flexibility, to use the popular term, and a more realistic sense of what people would need in order to get their foot in the door to buy a house. Because a lot of the government programs, the ceiling is quite low, maybe it's 120%, which makes it difficult to buy in. So that's not really the approach with the rental products, but it has been extremely successful. We've even talked about increasing that ceiling beyond 180%, and I'm sure Dan could probably speak to this as well as a housing developer. Trying to do locals housing. We have to be realistic about how much money people need to buy in.
I worry about defining something like that as workforce housing, because it's not, I don't know if we have that many jobs in our workforce that pay that much.
So I think just to help with this discussion a little bit, we don't have to define that at this moment. I think the question for the commission is, do you want to make a recommendation to council for this to be looked at further, or do you want any kind of restriction on density if it's going to go above the 2025 general plan? I mean, there are many more things to work out. The definition of workforce, the definition of locals housing, what affordability levels we're looking at, all those different things. But I think fundamentally the question is sort of, when we talk about density, one, do you want to tell council in Glenshire in particular that this is some sort of restricted density? And then are we still okay with sort of the mixed use option that's on here?
And Danielle, you did an excellent sort of example of how this could work. Does that make sense? Can I ask you to talk about that here?
Let me find it. I didn't think you were going to ask about that, so.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, so what I have to say, originally I was not understanding how you would do a density bonus on top of the state already has another density bonus, and so.
Yeah, so here, I found it. So what I did to try and illustrate this, because I think there was concern that people would come in, they would take their general plan density, add the density bonus, which, as we said, can go up to 80%, and then the town would somehow layer on top of it more units. And so there was concern that that's just so much density already, why would we consider that? So that's not what we were talking about. What we were trying to do is embrace the public comment that we heard. So here's the example I had. It's a 1 acre site, it's 15 units an acre. Developer comes in and proposes 15 units. They want to do a 30% of the units at moderate income, so that qualifies them for a 25% density bonus. So this would be 19 units, and 5 would be at moderate income. So that's just standard what you can do right now. In this other option, so you can kind of fork off in a different path, and we say, hey, developer, how about you not take the density bonus option, and you come join in the town's overlay option that we have. And we say, this is just hypothetical, we'll give you a 40% density bonus if all the units have some sort of restriction yet to be defined. In here I put between the 120 and 200, which is high, but just as an example. That results in 21 units deed restricted to that 120 to 200% AMI level. So you can see the difference between 5 restricted versus 21 restricted, and the town's ability to say what those restriction levels are. So it's an incentive because a developer can still use the density bonus path if they want, but if they don't want to, and they really are looking to try and fulfill a community need, we've created this offshoot for them to do that. And then we could make it that much more enticing if the town takes our housing funds and puts it towards whatever those overlays are. So it could be a really powerful tool to address what the community's been asking for without kind of getting us lost in the weeds of all the state law requirements and restrictions. So it's just another fork for people to choose.
And that's, it's not illegal to route around the state density bonus.
Because it's an incentive and it's not a mandate, we're good.
Did that, because I felt like that made such a huge difference in me understanding that. Does that help you guys at all?
With that overlay option, can the town do a workforce or locals only requirement or incentive as one of the kind of stipulations of that density bonus?
Well, and that's what we were thinking as we started talking through this option is that, you know, maybe we can structure it where there's a couple of different options within it too. Maybe it's not just a rigid, you know, bracketing of AMI, but maybe there's other things, you know, if it's a for sale product, it looks like this. If it's a for rent product, it looks like this. And then we can start to really hone in on the different areas of town, kind of what we think the appropriate unit type would be for those areas and try and match the affordability to create those true mixed use neighborhoods that we've been looking for.
I am not prepared to say at this point that we can do a locals only requirement as opposed to something else.
I would personally feel more comfortable if we phrased it as housing for the local workforce than locals housing.
It's just when you get a guy who lives in San Francisco who makes the right amount of money to fit into the income bracket, he would be allowed to, or she would be allowed to rent or buy that unit, correct?
I'm not prepared to say that there's a way that we can keep that person out.
At least with the town's incentive. If the Martis Fund wanted to make an incentive, that'd be separate.
Certainly.
And so with regards to Coburn Crossing, that was a 100% local, other than the workforce housing requirement from the hotel, we had a ordinance or a use agreement that specified that everyone would be employed.
Yeah, that was something the developer proposed. Some didn't originate with the town, but I think that if we did a lot of that, if all the new housing in Truckee had some restriction that you couldn't live in it if you didn't already live here, I think at some point we might get in trouble. And I'm aware of at least one lawsuit filed against the city over a project that was locals only. It was a senior project in Davis. So this is more than a hypothetical concern. So I know we did it once. I'm not sure that I would recommend that we keep doing it. Yeah.
But it was like an alternative equivalent proposed by the developer. Okay.
But that's something I think that we could factor in here, the alternative equivalent, right? We could have some language if we want to put some parameters around it. I mean, that's sort of the future decision. I think the decision before you with the specific focus area is, do you want to allow for this with a restriction or just say we're okay with keeping the current general plan?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so to chime in, I would like to have some sort of overlay district. I think it sounds like a good idea, and for the additional density, if we do that mixed use low here and create that additional 30 units.
Can we add the 2-story note? Please?
Say that again.
Can we add the two-story maximum?
I'd rather keep it 35 feet and let them, because I don't know as a person standing outside what is happening inside the building. What I care about is the height, and 35 feet makes sense to me as a person that's only ever going to interact with it standing outside. I'd rather keep it to the form than the interior use.
What is the goal of that? I mean, it's not, it's not a place where you stand and look at the scenery that much, and you lower your impact on the earth if you're taller and less spread out.
I guess for me, it's about maintaining character. You know,
I
if I was going to
agree.
design a 3-story building at 35 feet, I'd do 3 stories tall with a flat roof.
Yeah.
If you're going to design a 2-story building, you're probably not going to have a 12 or 16-foot roof pitch that goes way up in the air and it's just a bunch of empty space.
But that's something we can solve with the development code. And I did write down Peter's name and thank him for the comment about how these things we used to have tall buildings that looked historic, and I think I would recommend that we defer this part of the conversation to the development code and make sure that we're building buildings we like to look at.
So just to reflect on what Susie said, I live in Glenshire and I love looking at the mountain landscape because I can see it from a lot of different vistas, particularly Castle Peak and Tinker's Knob and Anderson, et cetera. And I agree with Dan about the character of this neighborhood. There's nothing that's 3.5 stories in the area, so why would we introduce something that would just stand out in the way that kind of the artist lofts right now give a lot of people heartburn because there's nothing like it around, and until that fills in, people will probably get a little more comfortable. But I'm not willing to jeopardize that character myself.
And for what it's worth, I mean, with the developer hat on, developers are always going to try and design to the max allowable density. So if we say 2-story, there's less incentive for them to squeeze. If we're trying to maintain character and not have one 3-story building in Glenshire, that would be very out of place. Yeah. Likely with a flat roof.
Yeah, I like the 2-story max too.
I agree that the flat roof thing can be solved with objective design standards.
I think we're in the weeds again a little bit, and I know this is really important to kind of the decision-making that you have, so I want to be thoughtful of it. But I tried to maybe soften it a little bit and say thoughtful height limit to maintain character but ensure viable mixed use. And
I like that.
We hear you that there's sort of a difference between 2 and 3 stories, and I think, you know, with us doing a little more modeling of actual projects, we can kind of move that to council.
I have one more suggestion, and I apologize for potentially blowing this up. I don't think it's that bad. I would love to remove the minimum square footage requirements for residential single-family homes in this area. I'd like to have a maximum, but at least remove the minimum.
I think those are HOA requirements. Those aren't development code requirements. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Well, and that's also a policy question, because I think townwide, there was feedback that we got from several of the workshops about having a square footage cap for the entire town for single-family homes. So I think we'll revisit that when we get into the policy discussion.
And just to answer a question that hasn't been asked, in case anybody's wondering, the town lacks the authority to override those HOA restrictions, so not much we can do about those.
I'm sorry, so would that apply to the apartments in this mixed-use area, that they would also have to be 3,000 square feet each?
I don't believe that there is a homeowners association that governs that area.
Okay, well, I don't know if the whole thing was covered by a Glenshire Homeowners Association. I don't know.
Well, I mean, again, to speak to Andy's point, the town doesn't have the ability to override that.
Only within the HOA. We can set minimum and maximum sizes outside the HOA.
Correct.
Right.
This sounds great, and I like how it's written on the screen.
And we have other housing policies that talk about average sizes for multifamily of being 1,500 square feet. So there's other things out there, but we'll note that to bring up again when we talk about policy.
Okay. All right. Yes, I mean, ready to move on from this one? Yep. Okay, great. All right, so it is 6:50. We've been in session for just short of 2 hours now, so we'll take a quick recess here and reconvene at 7 o'clock.
Oh, is that the one across from the CHP? Yeah, we were trying to figure out what that here. What is it?
All righty, we'll reconvene this meeting, call back to order. And, you guys okay?
Yeah.
Ready to start again? Okay. All right, so now back to the original order. We've got the low-hanging fruit out of the way. Ha ha ha. All right, so 89 North.
The Down and Pass Road.
Sorry?
Down Pass Road's number 2.
Down Pass Road?
If we're in order.
Okay. DPR. Let's just jump right into DPR. Okay. Commissioner Riley, would you like to start?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I asked. Commissioner Freeman, what are your thoughts?
Pass?
Come on, let's just jump in here, guys.
You want me to jump in?
Yeah, Susie, why don't you take it away?
I would love to jump in. I just want to really quickly, first of all, I want to quickly talk about how I find our densities to be very confusing because our density for housing is different as far as like low goes for housing versus low goes for mixed use. So I find that very confusing. Really quickly, I just want to I want to talk about the density bonus. So if you go up to 18 units allowed on a property, with your density bonus, you can get up to 32 units per acre. If you do the full density bonus and get 80%. So I just want to be clear with these things. When we allow 18 units per acre, with a density bonus, you can get up to 32 units. Because that's 80% of 18. If you allow 24 units, you allow 19 more units per acre, and you get up to 43 units per acre with a density bonus. So I just want to point out that that density bonus makes a huge difference. Hopefully that would get us more affordability, but so looking through all the things that the different surveys and whatnot, the regular survey sort of settled on mixed use low, virtual workshop mixed use medium, in-person mixed use medium, and GPAC the sort of medium. So I don't know. I feel like I would like to opt for mixed use low, because with those density bonuses, you get 80% more than that, and you can go up really high. It is a great spot that is in the center of everything, and if we're going to do density, this is the spot to do it. I understand people's concerns about the view shed, but I also feel like it's a pretty, I mean, there's a hillside behind most things, and so I'm not sure what view you're blocking if you get a little bit higher, but that's to start from. That's all I got.
Okay. The hillside behind most things, sure, on the north side of Donner Pass Road, there's a hillside there, but on the south side from Highway 80 down by the state park to essentially where grocery outlet is, there's not.
And I actually did see quite a few comments talking about a different height limit on the north versus the south, which I think is a really interesting concept.
I have a quick clarifying question. Does the density bonus affect the number of units or the FAR, or what do you get for that bonus?
The density bonus,
Units.
yes.
You still have to
you get
work
more
within
units.
the FAR that's allowed. You can just build smaller units if you get the bonus.
You could also ask for an incentive or a concession.
Because the more affordability you provide, the more concessions you get too, isn't it?
But does that concession allow you to build a higher FAR? Thank you.
Okay, so Susie, you're in favor of mixed use low option 2, is that correct?
I think so. For now, I'm willing to negotiate. I like the idea of different heights on different sides as well.
Okay, Commissioner Miller?
We just went through Innovate Gateway and came up with 3 stories, and mixed-use medium is 2 to 3 stories. And it feels very clear to me, like, to be consistent with that much more robust public comment process that was tied to the specific neighborhood, that's reasonable. Also, 6 to 8 dwelling units in our densest part of town is still very low for transit. This is the place where the regional transit's going to work, where someone's going to like maybe a partner works here and they work in Reno and they take a bus that goes through this area. Like, if we have any chance of making meaningful regional transit work, it's not going to Glenshire, it's not going to Donner Lake, it's going here. I put away the mixed use high option because I know that's not realistic with this group, but if we're not doing medium here, we're not really talking about building housing.
First of all, you said 6 to 8 units. I think you meant 6 to 18, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. And then I'm just trying to take into account that density bonus thing. And the more we require people to use that density bonus, the more affordability we get.
I understand, but the purpose of the density bonus isn't to make us downzone the entire town. It's to give people something extra. We want this much housing. If we also happen to get affordable housing on top of that, then that's a double win. But I don't want to get in the habit of downzoning townwide because someone might decide to pitch a project that includes a density.
Where is the downzoning occurring? I haven't seen
Between
any
low and
proposal for downzoning.
Between low and medium.
No, there's no downzoning
It is-
because the
it is
current
shorter,
general plan
Nikki.
promotes a significant amount of growth.
It's shorter. Going from medium to low is less. So in this conversation, it is zoning down.
No, we're actually growing. Let's be appropriate. It's an increased density. It's a growth plan. We have plenty of growth in our current plan. There's no downzoning. I guess if you started at option 4 and you went to option 3, that's a downzone, option 3 to 2, and
That's exactly what
so-
she was talking about.
Yeah, so let's speak properly. There's no downzone. There's no, low growth, or no growth. But I just want to interject, and I can speak when others are ready to have someone move on.
Well, I think Nikki and Ruth have already made, Commissioner Tunney and Commissioner Miller have already made their initial comments about this, so it sounds like you're leaning more towards.
I'm already on a roll. I will say, so my number one thing is no development on Upper McIver. That needs to be taken off the table. That was in my opinion, it was kind of underhanded. It wasn't, you look at all the documentation. I mean, Susie made an incredible presentation at GPAC in August, kind of highlighting all of the planning commissioner comments and the council comments to the effect of, we don't support this, we feel like our backs are against the wall, we recognize that there is this requirement or, the needs assessment with the state or the RENA, but we would be able to revisit it. Now's the time we're revisiting it. It actually says that, I think, in our housing element. I went and reviewed that today. So I do not support any development on Upper McIver. It was open space. It should always remain open space. Terrible access. It's on the highway. It's got steep slopes. It's adjacent to the dairy, which is should be a protected resource as well. I wasn't at the Innovate Gateway, but I did submit a pretty extensive list of comments. A lot of that focused on the character of the area and trying to to maintain that character, being respectful of the heights of the buildings. I do feel, like I mentioned earlier, the Gateway East buildings, which are mixed use, I think are quite successful. They greet the street, they have sidewalks, they have a commercial, well, probably not really, a little retail, the smoke shop, the restaurants, and then they have the offices, and then they have the residential above. I think that's all quite successful. But I am sensitive to that dominating the landscape in this area. I am also sensitive to carving out the hillside on the north for too much increased development. Because of the topography, you do have to carve in. All of those properties have been, cleared out, and I don't want that to just be a broad brush approach. I want there to be a level of sensitivity with how we continue to develop this corridor. And that being said, I support option 1. I also am open to the local overlay for increased density when we're looking at this for housing our workforce and not just creating housing for people to come and move here. I want us to address that need. That's really been reiterated over and over. So that's where I stand. And I don't believe there's any need for industrial on Donner Pass Road in this location.
Commissioner Freeman.
I will agree with Nikki on the Upper MacGyver. That seems like a space that there's really no reason to put a bunch of college housing, which kind of is where it could land if we keep it as public. I'm just kind of waffling a little bit between option 1 and option 2.
Okay, well, you waffle. I'm going to agree with the no development on Upper MacGyver as well. And then I'd be in favor of option 1, maintaining the current general plan.
I want to say one more thing. It kind of ties to what Susie was saying with the whole density discussion. I want to allow us to have this opportunity. I mean, we actually, it's not to allow it. The density is there. The allowance for the density exists. The developer can come in, as Dan said, biggest bang for the buck. Most developers want as many units as they can get, and they're gonna do the concessions. They're gonna, create whatever they can in order to, crack that nut. And so I don't see a need to upzone property already with no guarantee of what we're gonna get. And I would rather see those upzoned locations occur because we're getting something for that. And so that's why I'm taking this position. And then Dan, Upper MacGyver, what we're talking about, this would be probably housing related to the hospital because it's part of their hospital campus. This is somewhat confusing from the East MacGyver Hill, which was part of Sierra College, and we probably could speak to that as well. I think we talk about housing related to the public uses, the schools.
Yeah, I mean, I think that on the housing near the college campus is absolutely appropriate. Yeah.
I agree. I think if the housing at Sierra College was specific to the college, it wasn't going to be co-opted as like ski leases or something, I think it's great. I think there should be sensitivity to where it's put. There are locations there that are close to the highway, similar to Upper MacGyver, where it's very loud, because I played disc golf there a lot. But you can nestle it in closer to the building, and it would be very appropriate. Even a little more to the west, southwest, I think could be very appropriate. I don't support housing at any of the other school sites, Truckee High, Sells, any of that, because as our population grows, we need to allow our campuses to grow, and not just with portable buildings, but we need to allow for school-oriented uses, not housing on those properties.
Quick question for staff. The commercial land designation, are we going to the proposed 2040 regardless with increased FAR from 0.2 to 0.35?
We're shifting everything to mixed use. So are you asking sort of what the minimum would be in a mixed use land use designation?
Well, if we said option 1, current 2025 general plan, that would be keeping commercial, but on this land use designations table, page 60, I guess this is. On this packet, sorry, it's
Chelsea understands your question. She says yes.
page 20.
Chelsea, do you want to chime in? Just so the public can hear.
Yes, I think I understand, and you're correct. The proposal is, instead of the average FAR of 0.2, which is the current standard, that it would be changed to a maximum FAR of 0.35. Because an average FAR, it's hard to regulate. So we were just proposing best practice would be to establish a maximum. So that's what's proposed with option 1. Now that's on the table for discussion. You wouldn't have to make that change. It's just in our experience, having an average FAR is a challenging thing to regulate.
And is the residential component still part of that?
Well, that would be on the table too. We were proposing to have a true commercial designation, but if your intent is to leave it the way it is, then you might propose to keep the residential the way it is as well.
I think that's what I would lean towards, so we still maintain the ability to have some housing interspersed with our commercial.
Yeah, I feel like there's locations on Donner Pass Road, like there's the cottages between Gateway and Bank of the West, or whatever, like, do we want to maintain the character of those areas supporting rehabilitation, or do we want to see that turned into, commercial retail with housing above, and we lose the cottage character that ties into the housing across the street? Like I love the idea of mixed use. And when I think about it, I think about Gateway East, and like I mentioned, the gable buildings with the residential above the mixed use. But I also have concerns about gutting the straight residential in this corridor because of it being a character area. But I'm curious to hear what others think.
I mean, how much straight residential is truly left, right, in that area along Donner Pass Road, right? There's really not much. There's a handful of properties in between the Cancer Center and the grocery outlet, right? Mm-hmm. There's those cottages across the street, and then
There's more than a handful in that Gateway neighborhood between the Cancer Center.
On Donner Pass Road, though.
I mean, along the frontage.
Along the frontage, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any along the frontage anymore, is there?
Well, the cottages, I think, would be considered, because though it's set back. So, what are people's thoughts in terms of preserving that character or allowing for it to kind of go away and become a more commercialized focus?
My understanding was that many of those cottages, according to Danielle, are condemned already.
I mean, there's definitely a few that are not habitable, and I don't think they're all used. So Hale was at the last meeting. I wish we had asked him that when he was here.
I'm not sure that we can preserve that at this point.
Well, I think we have the ability to weigh in. This is the opportunity to weigh in, where we would say, we as a commission, really support and want to preserve this character area of Donner Pass Road, or we don't, and we say, whatever happens, happens. Someone can buy it and gut it, and put whatever they want. That's kind of what I'm asking you all to weigh in on.
I just want to call out that we're spending more time talking about these few buildings than climate change. This is the focus area that transit works in, and we just moved beyond that. I understood I'm outvoted, and that's fine, but what are we doing? What are we doing talking about these few houses and not the future of how people are going to move around this town? Are people comfortable just putting that off the table?
I would still like to address some more of that, but we got sidetracked. So I'm going to move back to that sort of question. And Nikki, so this is a 20-year plan, and in 6 years, they're going to come to us with a RENA number, and we're going to have to try and find a place for 800, possibly around there, more or less, I don't know, units. So this to me, it seems, this seems like, again, that lowest hanging fruit of where you have walkable, bikeable, where you can live without a car, where you can lower your VMT type of thing. And where would you like to put? Because right now, for the 3 places that we've already done, we're at 130 max units zoned for. So where would you like to put that other 600 some?
I'm not being driven by the RENA numbers. Those are what we plan for. We don't have to build them. They're to satisfy the
This
state.
is also what we're planning for, that we don't have to build.
Absolutely. And when I think about planning, I think about this holistic approach. I think about the character of our community. I think about our values. I think about the open space, the resources. I think about housing our locals, really housing our locals. I think about how we house the workforce. And I look at examples today like Jurger Ranch. How much office, commercial, retail's been built there? Lots and lots of square footage, right? How much housing has been built for those jobs? 0. So we're not doing a very good job, even though our general plan says we are required to build 50% of that housing. So I'm trying to look at this realistically and holistically, and like I said before, Susie, there's plenty of density allowed and these incentives to build more and get the affordability and get the housing that will actually house our workforce. Doesn't mean we have to sell ourselves short. I was trying to refer to Dan when talking about kind of the mixed-use approach or the commercial versus residential. That's kind of where the conversation about the cottages came from, which in my mind is totally relevant. I heard from many commenters, both written and spoken, that they care a lot about the character of our community and specifically about this neighborhood. So that's driving, my input. But I'm happy to pass on the
So we definitely have divergent ideas here, and I think these are true reflections of the community. We've heard, this is why the land use alternatives kind of had these different bookends, because there are some people who want to see the higher mixed use in support of transit and a more walkable kind of urban infill concept. There are other community members that like the current general plan. So this, we kind of expected that this is where we would have this discussion. I did point out here on the screen, so the current general plan option does not provide for expansion of the hospital or implementation of their master plan. So if that's your vote, that's what your vote says as part of that. Also, no development on Upper MacGyver. This is a site where we would be looking for where those additional units would go. So we haven't had that discussion. We also haven't really talked about the hospital campus designation as part of this. So these are all the things that we've kind of wrapped into this one focus area. And we don't have to reach consensus, but I do think because everyone has different views that this would be one where if we want to put the specifics of why behind it, that's okay too.
Did we not have what Daniel was opting for?
His is under option 1 with the 0.35 FAR. So if you kind of count, the 5 votes are there. 2 for option 1, a sub caveat with the 0.35 FAR, because I didn't hear consensus about that. And then option 2 and option 3.
It sounds like we're getting that 0.35 FAR regardless. Even if we pick option 1, we're going to just change it from average 0.2 to a max of 0.35. You
don't have to. That's our suggestion. So I think that's something that you could talk about.
The average does seem a hard thing to implement.
We've been just honestly implementing on a parcel by parcel basis.
Do we want to talk about the hospital?
I would like to throw in just, I'm also not in favor of development on Upper MacGyver, and that's easy.
I wish I knew more about the hospital's master plan. I feel like that's sort of a shortfall of this whole process. Is it's nebulous, and the only thing I'm really aware of are 2 things. One is that the hospital wants to put housing on Upper MacGyver, and 2, they want to put these surface parking lots all along Donner Pass Road. So I don't support either one of those things. I do support I think we've talked in the past, maybe it was part of Innovate Gateway, I can't remember all the conversations, helping them find ways to shuttle their employees and have less of an impact or a need on the parking and being strategic and all these things. And also there was talk about looking at other locations in the community as like other campuses for the hospital or a satellite campus to take some of the pressure off of Donner Pass Road because it is impacted. But without really knowing and having that plan before us and being able to vet it, it's hard to weigh in.
So this is another chicken and egg discussion a little bit, that the land use designation can define what that master plan looks like. And the hospital is going to do a presentation to council tomorrow night, just big picture about what they have been working on. So I think that's an opportunity for the community to weigh in. The staff has been working with them along with our consultants for Innovate Gateway, with Ascent. I mean, we've had just so many coordinated meetings because we do understand how integrated everything is. But I think you could look at it as a tool of saying, we want to put the hospital sort of within a defined boundary, and I tried to explain this at the last meeting. We have yet to define what that looks like. So this is the high level question of, do we want to create an opportunity for them to work with the community on what that master plan looks like? I mean, ultimately, the town has to approve that development. So there's still a lot of room left to have those discussions. The question is, do you think it's appropriate to create a specific land use designation for the hospital?
One note here about the hospital designation is it is a 1.25 FAR, so it's quite a bit more dense, which would cause me personally to lean more towards the existing general plan option. And even though the hospital owns all that land on the north side of Donner Pass Road that we're talking about, so they can still develop it, it would just prevent them from going to a much higher FAR.
Yeah, I agree. Proceed with caution. I want to see a plan. I want to see proposals. I haven't liked what I've seen so far, so I want to tread lightly with this one.
And yeah, I'm nervous about what the hospital would propose. Hospitals tend to do this thing called super blocking that kills walkability. Yeah, so while I opt for mixed use low, that doesn't it doesn't have to come with approving or the hospital master plan or that whole thing.
My only concern is that the hospital campus be in scale with the other development around it. I would like it all to be clearly denser than it will be, so I don't want the hospital to be 2x the rest of the area.
So, Nikki, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back. You said that you want to have housing where you're getting something for it. And how would you work that if it's not legal?
No, well, it's about the incentives. The reality is, with what we're working with today, is we have these allowable densities in place, and then the developer has the ability to increase that density by providing incentives like affordability or senior housing, which to me is what we want. That starts to chip away at those thousands and thousands of units that we are in arrears for. Building the market rate housing doesn't help us. And then the job creating uses create more jobs or more need for housing. So that's the point I'm making is we don't need to, what's the saying about why would you buy the cow if you get the milk for free? Why are we going to provide this extra density without getting anything in return? So if a developer comes forward and they don't propose anything as a density, but like in affordability or senior housing, we get 15%, right? That's all we get.
And that's what we get now, but if we did this additional density, we can put that overlay district on it.
What overlay?
The overlay district that Danielle has been talking about.
We can do that regardless, I think.
Yeah.
You can only do that on additional density on more density than what we have right now.
We can do whatever we want. Right? I mean, we can make an overlay district and say, we're incentivizing the same way we did for Glenshire.
I don't think you can, from my discussions with Danielle.
Why is there a
it has to be
difference
only on the additional density that we zone in.
It'd be for additional, not for existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're talking about the same thing, though. I mean, I think that there's
I'm just
preserve
talking-
the 2025 general plan, and then if we're going to go higher densities, use this overlay as the mechanism to.
So if you're preserving the 2025 plan and not doing any additional density, you don't get any overlay district.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it depends on, it's back to the semantics. We can do an overlay district wherever we want. We can't.
You cannot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can do overlay districts wherever
You
we
cannot.
want that kind of highlight a special intention, like we just did for Glenshire. We would do a locals overlay where we would be,
Only on the additional density above the 2025 general plan.
No, I wasn't aware there was some stipulation. I thought we can just create these kind of
Overlays.
intentions, where we provide heightened oversight, or we're looking to address these different issues.
And that's why
I
Andy
see.
said, as a town, as a public entity, we can't do that.
So there's a couple things. I mean, we think with the hospital, there seems to be a little bit more consensus just in general about the concern. And so we don't have to have that, be anything specific other than passing along to council what I put on here. Sort of concern with the designation, the 1.25 FAR is too high. Concern with not knowing what's in the hospital master plan. Future hospital development needs to be in scale with existing development. I mean, that's a solid recommendation if that's sort of the consensus I heard. No? Good, okay.
What is written seems to reflect the consensus of the group.
Okay, that seems good for that one. I think that there was general consensus about sort of housing options on the Sierra College campus. So that one seemed, I'll sort of put these in the different bucket down here. And then I don't know how the three commissioners that sort of had this majority opinion of current general plan, do you also want to see the housing for local workforce overlay option and the 0.3 FAR?
Yes, but I want you to, I want either we need to remove it, or we need to have a consensus, or we need to stipulate that I only support housing at the Sierra College site. I do not support housing at Truckee High or Sells or where the district offices are. So I don't want that to be vague, because it has very distinct intentions.
And I support it at the schools and PUD site.
I support it at the schools as well.
I support giving the option to those entities, if they decide to build housing, that we allow them to do so.
Yeah, I'd be happy if they came before us, but I certainly wouldn't want to impose it on them. And I wouldn't want some private developer to say, oh, you guys can do housing, I can do housing here, I'm gonna, gut the opportunity to grow the schools. But yeah, I think the schools should have the opportunity to, if they think they can do housing, and they're housing their employees, that's great, but it shouldn't just be a housing free-for-all.
Given that those are public entities with a mandate to serve the public, I trust them to decide what to do with their land.
Given that it's so hard for teachers to find housing, I trust them to actually have their teachers in mind.
Okay, I'm just sort of doing it as votes at this point, because there's a split there. So I've heard one sort of specific to Sierra College, two for at any school site.
I also support the Sierra College.
The Sierra College is not the same site as the McIver Dairy, correct?
It's
I'm
not.
sure why
It's on the
they're
other
right
side
next
of
to
the
each other.
highway.
Yeah.
No, it's across the highway.
I just don't want them next to each other there in the same blob, as if there's 4 for one and 1 for the opposite.
I think Dave was in support of the housing at Sierra College.
Very much so, absolutely, yeah.
Can I get maybe employee student housing at Sierra College should be a separate one from the other two, because I would like to also vote for the Sierra College as well as the school site.
Me too.
Thank you for taking line edits.
And we don't have consensus on Upper MacGyver Dairy. Who's the outlier on that?
It's next to a freeway. It's never going to be preserved. I would rather not vote for it to be preserved further.
Well, it had been preserved up until 2018.
We all have our votes. It's fine.
I'm just clarifying for
Thank you.
historical sense, it was open space.
I just, for, not just Nikki, but for my other commission members, this is a 20-year plan, and in 6 years, we know we're going to have to find a spot for hundreds of units. And so if you don't want to do it now, can you make clear where you think the density should go so that we have that in our back pocket as a recommendation to the town council, so that we don't end up with a MacGyver where we need 100 units yesterday? Does that make sense? Can you guys think of where you would want to put an extra 600 units worth of density, even if you don't want to do it now, so that we have that as part of the back pocket plan?
I think sites like Hilltop allow for some increased density.
I actually asked today, do you know what that's zoned for already? It already has 200 and some odd units of multifamily housing, 400 some single-family housing.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk about that at the last meeting, because
Danielle, do you want to pull it up and tell us?
Okay, let's see, I have this email here still. Hilltop. Well, I did the calculations earlier, so keep talking and I'll find it.
Is there, I think there's at least 4 people who are voting for employee student housing at Sierra College. I think that is.
I think if it was added to any school site instead of Sierra College.
Okay, I've got the answer for Hilltop. It's approved for just under 53,000 square feet of commercial development, 60 lodging units, 249 multifamily units, and 46 single-family. That's in the current plan today.
When does that expire?
It doesn't. It's a master plan.
And I took those unit numbers and averaged them out across all of the acreage, and it's between sort of 5 and 12 dwelling units an acre.
And I do want to clarify in terms of the RENA numbers. So when the new RENA cycle comes out in 6 years, we're not required to create new zoning for 600 new units. Whatever number they provide us for how many units we need to zone for, we can use whatever vacant parcels we have existing currently. So if the rail yard doesn't build out, we can use those units towards our RENA number. So the whole number that they're going to come out with in 6 years, we don't need to zone for. It's just the difference between what we haven't developed yet and what the RENA number will be.
So, hold on. So,
Rena's asking that we allocate enough space to build the units that we need. So we have to have enough space in the gap. If we want to decide where that goes and avoid another contentious situation like MacGyver, we should decide to zone for that now, so we don't have to wait for some other last minute process in the future.
And that's what my concern, my question then is, but like last time we got our RENA number, we had to find zoning for 800 total.
So the 755 number that's in our current housing element, we have already met the zoning requirement for that. It's when the new number comes out in 6 years that we'll have to see what we haven't developed out of that 755, apply that number to the new RENA number, and then that remaining number is what we'll have to create new zoning for.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we don't ultimately know where the state's going to go. I mean, they're, in theory, supposed to be kind of checking in with all of the local jurisdictions and figuring out what kind of progress they've been making with all these new housing laws that have gone into effect. And we really haven't had the time or the benefit to see what improvements are being made and what housing gains are out there. So they may come back and say, hey, we realize you're doing good work. Like, we want to give you an incentive. Well, not require so many, or it might become a more dire situation, and then all of a sudden there's different requirements that are even higher. We don't know. So it's a hard thing to plan for in advance. And so I think that's the struggle of this discussion is, where do we want to spend our time talking about a future need that we don't understand yet, or sort of what we want to present to council right now. And I think the one thing, in this though, with 4 votes of no development on Upper MacGyver, I mean, those are units that we would want to plan for within this general plan. They need to be identified somewhere.
So I have 2 thoughts on that. One is, let's not get ourselves backed against the wall like we did with the last, because we were in arrears with our arena. So if we build that into our planning process, and we know we got to visit this with plenty of time, and knowing that we don't know what that's going to look like. And then also, the state, I think, is probably really happy with us. I mean, we just had this big ribbon cutting. The treasurer, I think, came out. We have over 200 units that are opening up, right now. I think we're doing an amazing job with that respect, and I think we can continue down that path in terms of addressing affordability and creating these affordable units. But I don't know that we need to get in the weeds with kind of identifying every unit. I will say, as I did in terms of trying to look for opportunities for increased density. Hilltop seems like a place. It's connected to town. We just built that beautiful pathway, the rail yard. Both, in my mind, are opportunities for increased density that would allow us to address the loss with Upper MacIver.
So let me check in on that just a little bit, because I did have this question earlier. And because the rail yard has a development agreement, unless the developer is interested in opening up that development agreement, the town can't require any modifications. So that would be including changes to anything in the adopted rail yard master plan.
So we can't require any changes either at the Hilltop or in the rail yard?
The Hilltop doesn't have a development agreement. It has an adopted master plan for that area, so the town could amend that. So an option that could be considered is to create a future action to revisit the Hilltop master plan, and as part of that, consider this as a potential receiver site for Upper MacIver units.
But, okay, I really like how you phrased that, is you've gone and looked at it, and the density right there is 5 to 12 units. And for me, that is a little bit further from your public transit, and so it makes more sense to have that row on Donner Pass Road to have a slightly higher density than that 5 to 12 units, instead of bumping that up, being further. It's walkable to downtown, but it's not as easy to get a transit back and forth on Donner Pass Road.
I don't know if I agree with that. It's right there. It's so connected. I think we could propose with the rail yard that we would incentivize the conversation to increase the development, provide them with something that they're wanting. I mentioned this at the last meeting. It seems to be stalled. What could we do to spark reinvestment in the rail yard? I want to be focusing on what we've already put this investment and time and energy into before we start, densifying these other locations. But I think this is all solvable. I'm not concerned with where these units will be, where we'll replace these units. I think we can be creative.
I mean, we will have to identify them with this 2040 plan, though. So that would put that decision into the council's lap.
Well, if we've done the mixed-use low at Donner Lake, that's somewhere around 30 units. Glenshire was somewhere around, if we settled on mixed-use low, there are 30 units. And then if we did mixed-use low in Donner Pass Road, that would get us another 70-some units. So that's almost 100 there. I mean, it's more than 100.
And are we looking for, is it 100? Is that like our nut? 99 or something? Or
88.
88, okay. So we're doing pretty well already.
But we didn't, I'm the only one who voted for mixed use low in Donner Pass Road, so I'm the only one. So there's that 76 units that would come with mixed use low on Donner Pass Road that you're going to have to put somewhere else.
We're gonna make it work. We could have a session outside of this where we actually, our focus is where do we replace those units and why, in the same way that we allowed that process where we identified the lots like Jaboom Street and Arnold property, and I think MacIver was on that. There were a number of others where we looked at increasing densities because we were going to receive affordability benefits of 20%. I don't see why we can't do the same thing.
I'm not comfortable with being this vague. This is predatory delay. Either we decide where we're going to put the housing or we don't. And this is year 2 or 3 of the general plan. The units have to go somewhere, and all the places we're talking about units have character implications. Something's going to get built, and this is our chance to say where we would like it to be. We can't just say no to everything.
No one's saying no to anything, Ruth. I said that I thought Hilltop would be an acceptable receiver site, and I said the rail yard. And then Susie has identified these locations, which we've already indicated, like Glenshire, where there could be an increased density, as long as there were these ideally incentivized for locals, but nobody's saying no. The only thing we're saying no to, actually, I take that back, is the development at Upper MacIver, which never should have occurred.
You literally just said no in Glenshire based on character.
I didn't say no. I said the height. I talked
option.
about the height
You wanted
because
the
of
lower
character. I didn't say
density
no to allowing the existing development.
I'm saying we have to learn how to make trade-offs as a team, and maybe this is difficult to facilitate in this format, but I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to make these trade-offs.
What about the Indian Jack Road property? What's going on with that?
It's a little difficult because it has one point of ingress and egress. So even with the density that's allotted right now, the fire district is pretty struggled to support the density that's already been allocated with the current general plan.
Is that the Bridge Street property?
No, it's the one that's up behind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. It's same.
Yeah,
same.
Bridge Street. Yep.
Okay.
It was the old Forest Service property.
Yep.
I thought a project was coming forward for that.
Not that we've seen.
Is it, that's already zoned as well, correct?
So then why don't we let the fire department be the bad guys then? If we've got to identify somewhere else
Right.
to have a receiver site.
Because it's not an efficient, that's back to auto-oriented uses. That's back to having to drive everywhere, isn't it?
No. This is right behind downtown.
The point of being able to have this plan is to create a vision for how we want to move around, how we want the town to feel. If we let the fire department decide, if we continue doing car-centric development, there's no point in having this discussion. This is our chance to say we want people to be able to walk to transit, to be able to walk to work, to have nice buildings that recall our historic character. What I'm hearing is just an abdication of responsibility and saying we'll just continue doing whatever we want. We had a line of people talk about how the town's not affordable, what we're doing isn't working, so we should continue doing what we've been doing, which makes no sense to me. And this is our chance to do something good, to say we have a vision, there are nice pictures, there are nice parts of town that are already developing in this way, and we're just picking over a few units here, a few units there to somehow avoid the reality that we need to have. Like, we have developers on the planning commission. Are people going to build these tiny spots downtown? Are these projects going to pencil out if we allow 0.3 FAR?
Nothing's going to pencil out. There's no way. I mean, it's, that's the elephant in the room that we never want to talk about, is we talk about this affordability and all this stuff. And, you can't build affordable units. It has to be subsidized.
So let's build
with subsidies.
So let's build something. Let's go for the projects that will get built, that will build the kind of town that we want to live in, instead of just letting everything decay and continue to be car-centric, which is a continuation of what we've been doing.
I think just kind of seeing that we have some divergence here, which again, reflection of the community. So this is good dialogue. I think we could maybe just put some sentences in specific to sort of that divergence and be able to forward that, because this could be a topic where we're just not totally going to get to 100% consensus, and I think that's okay. But for council to really understand the why behind it, if we just kind of add to what we have on the screen here, I think that could be useful.
Once again, I think that the employee student housing at Sierra College, I think there were 4 people voting in favor of that, weren't there? Was that true? Ruth, myself, Nikki, and somebody else? Gentlemen, how do you feel about the employee student housing at Sierra College and the employee student housing at any school site?
I'm all for the employee student housing at Sierra College. And I hear Commissioner Riley's concerns about needing some growth for the campuses, but I think that it would be good to let those schools make that choice.
The schools will make the choice. If we zone it public, it's still up to the school, correct?
Right now, the public land use designation does not allow for housing. So this is the option that we've been talking about, is do we amend the definition of that so that housing specific for school sites would be allowed?
And the public entity still gets to decide whether or not they do that. We're just allowing them to do that.
Correct.
No one's requiring them.
So that's correct. Like someone couldn't come in and say, I'm going to put housing here. It's not going to have anything to do with, it's just going to be market rate, whatever.
The school owns the land.
It does.
School owns the land,
okay.
right? And then we would craft the wording so that it's very specific, that it would be agency owned, agency developed, however we want to word it.
Intended for use by this
Yeah, I mean, we
user.
can
Okay.
define student housing and employee housing. That in itself would make it very explicit.
Yeah, I feel better about that. I was concerned that it would be open-ended. Someone could come in and take advantage of the situation.
So where did that leave us? It seems like we're more at 4 and 4.
And Mr. Freeman, how do you feel about either of those?
I was in support of no housing on Upper MacGyver, but with some clarification, I think I'm in support of that now, of student housing at Sierra College site.
Two different places.
Sorry.
Yeah, it used to be referred to as MacGyver Hill, and it was a special study area in the last general plan, and then they built the college, but we didn't clarify the housing component. But then in that time, the Upper MacGyver, which is on the other side of the freeway, which is connected to the dairy, had been zoned open space, got changed to higher density housing, and now there's been a push to turn that back to open space. So it is there are
MacGyver
some
name is throwing
labeling
you.
that's confusing.
Got it. So I'm in support of the housing at Sierra College. And I guess the same with the school sites. Again, schools can define that for themselves.
I mean, it kind of seems like we came full circle and everyone seems more okay with having both housing at Sierra College and at any of the school sites, providing we define what employee and student housing is. Okay. Okay, going back to the more difficult sort of discussion of which option, who would like to add something to clarify what they want to forward to the council?
I would like to clarify that if option 2 should definitely come with that option for the overlay district thing. And I would like my overlay district to go up to moderate income, not 160 or 180.
I would be comfortable having the local workforce overlay apply to all the options. I don't see
It just can't apply to option 1.
I see.
But it could apply to option 3.
I invited to option 3 with me.
I have a question for staff. Could an applicant under existing general plan come before us or you with a minor use permit or a use permit to allow for an increased density or more square footage with regards to residential or a mixed-use project, and receive that, granted they follow they make the findings, or the findings could be met?
The mechanism to increase density would be through density bonus. There isn't really a mechanism to increase FAR unless you're in the infill area, which does include Gateway.
Yeah.
And you can get up to a 0.35 if you have mixed use, if you do some other things.
Okay.
We haven't seen that be a terribly effective incentive to date.
Yeah, but it exists,
there.
so under option 1, we have a 0.35 if you
If you do
propose it.
several different things, you
Yeah.
can get to a
Yeah.
0.35. But
Okay.
that's it at this
Okay.
point.
It's not it, though, because there's that new regulation, and if they have 3 housing units, they can go up to 1.0 FAR.
Sure, I'm just answering in our current general plan. Yeah, there's a new law that does have some changes that we have not yet incorporated into the code or the general plan.
Just so you know, Nikki, did you see that? I'd have to look it up, but if you have 3 to 7 units, the municipality cannot impose on you a lower FAR than 1.0. If you have, 7 to 10, or I can't remember exactly, but it's up to 10 units, then they can't impose a less than 1.25 FAR. So this FAR is a little bit, if you're putting any units on there, which you're allowed, you might get up a much higher FAR.
And is that only for residential zoned, or is that commercial or
It's
mixed use?
mixed use and residential, and I think if you're zoned commercial and you are allowed those 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre, it would still apply as well, wouldn't it?
It has to be zone mixed use, not commercial. It's either multifamily or mixed use.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, how are we doing on what I have on the screen here? We might need to go a little more detail here, but what's missing,
Thank you, Danielle, for doing this.
I would just say, could you, under the other, could you make a note that commissioners or Commissioner Riley suggested some locations that could be receiver sites to replace the Upper McIver units, and that she supports carrying this, having this discussion to resolve this issue in the short term.
So I'm going to try and simplify it a little bit and just say options talked about: Hilltop, Rail Yard. What else did we talk about?
Indian Jack.
That way council sees that you were proposing some ideas but didn't have consensus. I think that's sufficient for them.
Thank you.
Is Indian Jack just single-family residences? What is that?
Yeah, it's just it's the name of a street, and there's a.
Yeah, it's single family, but it's a little higher density, I feel like. Yeah, it might be like 2 units an acre or something.
And are you clear where it is?
Yeah, I think it's it's somewhere back near the Trout Creek Trail or something, isn't it?
So, it's going to take a second. It's here. This is Bridge Street right down here.
I'm comfortable with these as they're written and appreciate the effort to pull apart these threads.
You want to come join me in option 2? No. You got 2 votes instead of 1, I'm the compromise. I'm in between the 2 middles. I'm the 2 ends.
So I'm good with what's on the screen.
Okay, I think we're good. Why don't we go on to the next focus area?
I have a quick question. What's the story with the property where we have the new town courtyard, the Forest Service buildings, the animal shelter? As you come in from the roundabout on the left side that kind of fronts the highway but is quite set back and wooded, as well as property to the east, like that kind of comes near the bypass. Is that, I don't think we've ever talked about that property, or across the street where it's west of Olympic Heights.
You're talking on the other side of 267?
I think so. This is helpful if you zoom in. So across from, where the new courtyard and the animal shelter and Forest Service.
So it's public facility zoning.
Okay.
Much of it's owned by the town, the Forest Service, and then the Truckee Fire District. And they're looking at doing a new, I guess, station, sort of headquarters at that location.
Okay.
And then there's, to the east, I believe there is some interest on behalf of the Forest Service to do some housing, right?
As part of the JPA.
As part of the Joint Powers Authority.
Oh, okay. Is that housing that we could apply to receiver site, replacement of Upper McIver?
I think all that's outside of our jurisdiction.
Is
It's
it?
all Forest Service land.
It is
Okay.
Forest Service land, and we have had some preliminary discussions with the Forest Service. Their interest is selling property so that they can build a new headquarters facility, I believe, down in Nevada City. And so they did talk to the town and Nevada County about, is this kind of a viable site? It does have some constraints, both from access and there's a drainage kind of in the area too.
Yeah, okay.
So it's got some constraints that kind of made us concerned about allocating higher densities for that without doing a really site-specific analysis.
I appreciate that. I drive by a lot and I'm kind of like, oh, what's up with that? Okay, thank you.
So staff, I'm going to come back to you just for a question. You are basically saying you don't recommend trying to put aside any zoning for the RENA numbers that will come to us, even though this is a 20-year plan and that will come to us in 6 years. You're recommending we don't try and figure out where to put our RENA numbers?
And I think it's, reasonable to look at it. I'm just not sure as a commission, you're ready to reach consensus on where that would go. So
my approach is not unreasonable. That's not a...
No, I think you're thinking ahead, which is great. We also do that. We look ahead because it makes it easier.
Well, this is a 20-year plan, so I'm definitely trying to look ahead.
Right, it is. It's just also very hard to kind of anticipate what we think the state's going to have as a requirement. So I think all of that, when we did our recommendations, we were looking at options for additional density because it's a 20-year plan. Regardless of what our RENA numbers were going to be, it's just recognizing that there will be some growth in the community. But it's a reasonable approach.
And then, can you clarify one more time? So the only way that we lose that credit is if it gets built? It's not, the next RENA, the number that comes out is not in addition to the RENA number that we had before?
That's correct. And to be fair, the housing that we build, though it is not part of that calculation of what we have to build, it's part of how they come up with the number that we have to build towards. They do look at the amount of housing built in the region, and that's how they come up with what they deem to be the gap. So we get credit for building things also, but not quite as directly.
Okay, so it's not a disincentive to build, and it's not a disincentive to zone for building. Thank you.
Has there ever been any discussions with the sanitary district about some of their property?
For what?
It smells bad.
Well, no, but I mean, there's all those, they don't use the clay line ponds anymore, right? And then there's also the property at the end of Riverview.
We have talked to them, but not about really much of anything other than relocation of industrial off of West River.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so let's pull his map down again here and get back to the okay. So we're go ahead and move on to 89 North then. Commissioner Riley, what are your thoughts on the 89 North focus area?
I'd prefer not to start, thank you.
You're starting next time then. Commissioner Miller, would you like to start?
Sure. I have less strong feelings about this one, I'll be honest. It's unfortunate that we have this sort of low-density housing that we've built ourselves into, and it's hard to support for our climate goals, so I don't want to make that much worse. I'm drawn towards I assume I'm not going to get any traction with the option for high density, so I'll just put that to the other side of my little space here, and we'll talk up the benefits of the medium high density. Again, I would like other people's opinions on this. I think that putting the density in the area that is likely to be able to be served by transit is good. I like that none of these are very different. I think it's why it's hard for me to come up with a very strong opinion. There's less range here than in some of the others. So I'd like to start with medium high density and talk down from there.
No, not yet, but I'll look at you if you want me to. Commissioner Tarnay?
Would you like me to go now? Okay. I like part of the staff recommendation where they said, just ended up saying keep industrial instead of changing that to biz. A lot of the stuff that I read in the public comments in this said, we need industrial. Why are we sort of downgrading this industrial zone and making it more commercial? So I like that option from the staff to keep industrial. Other than that, I think I agree with medium high density residential, just because I know that there's some affordable housing over there, and I know that there was somebody trying to develop it and wanting to put slightly higher density on there, and it would at least be, I don't know, I don't want to squish it all into one area, but also then we get a certain amount of density that does make transportation easier and transit more efficient.
If I can make one other related comment on the business industrial versus industrial, which I assume will be a big part of our discussion here. I spent an hour in line at a spot in Gray's Crossing on Sunday for ramen at a pop-up at a place that was not zoned for, I don't believe was, looking at this, was zoned for retail or restaurant. And we were 4 people behind the last person to get served. They ran out. So and the parking lot was full. It was a Sunday. These were not people that were likely to take transit. It is unfortunate that that ship has sailed. I would love to learn more in a different setting about the history of why this industrially zoned place is not serving industrial, but in the spirit of having in previous focus areas acknowledged the reality of what is on the ground in those spaces, I'm inclined to acknowledge that this is business innovation, move on and find a place that's appropriate to start actual industrial. And I'm sad about that ramen. It looked really good.
There is some industrial on Industrial Way, but Pioneer Commerce Center did go down the way of high-end office park, which is, I think, kind of a shame, though at the same time, people filled up the units and there, was a desire, but then it didn't address our industrial need. I'm inclined to go with the current general plan, but I also see the merits in option 2 because I do support some increased density with the housing, specifically at the lot next to Hennis Flats. I think that something similar could be built there. I think right now there's 10 4-unit buildings, I think is kind of what the specific plan laid out for Grays. I was kind of looking at density because the cottage property has 89 lots, and then I think Prosser Dam Road also, as part of the specific plan, had like 10 4-unit property or units.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and are we still working with that? I know we aren't working with the development agreement anymore, but are we still under the guise of kind of right now there would be 40 potential units on Prosser Dam Road and 40 units adjacent to Hennis Flat?
I think we're working under the guise that there's 80 units that could be developed.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the cottages of 80 that have 89 lots, single family lots, which could conceivably be divided, though I'm open to that. There aren't restrictions at Grays, I don't believe, that would prohibit that under did you just laugh, Andy, or was that a cough?
I'm only coughing.
Okay. I thought maybe you were thinking about like the Grays Crossing community and they'd be up in arms if we tried to, densify the cottage site.
Not editorializing on my children.
Just checking. So there's some opportunity. I see there's great opportunity right now. I think if they're allowed to follow the state in terms of dividing lots or whatnot, or adding ADUs or such. But I do see an opportunity for increased density next to Hennis Flat, as well as along Prosser Dam Road, though I think there probably would be some community resistance. So I'm supportive. I do, again, want to advocate, include the overlay, the local housing overlay, local workforce housing overlay within option 2. And I'm comfortable with the small amount of increased commercial office. I don't think it's a deal breaker, or the industrial is a deal breaker. I would like to see some kind of protection in place, or some way to try to increase the industrial at Pioneer, so it isn't continually gutted. But yeah, as Ruth, I think, said, the ship has sailed, but maybe we can find some ports we could dock in to get something.
Commissioner Riley, how do you feel about the bit about workforce housing at Alder Creek Middle School? That's another difference between the general plan and the other.
Yeah, so as long as, so it's a pretty confined site in terms of, I think, ability for housing, just having been there quite a bit. I mean, I would be curious where the housing would go. I know there's a wetland, I think, to the east. There's a ton of workforce housing with Frischman Hollow, and I think others might be inclined in that direction, possibly, at the table. So I'm not really sure where that housing would go.
Danielle?
Maybe?
Are you about to point? Or?
Yeah, I'm
I know that we've had conversations with them, and there was like 5 acres, I want to say, that they had carved out that they thought would be appropriate. And I'm thinking maybe it was down here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So they didn't foresee needing that for like field expansion or parking lots or things like that, that they thought it would be a more useful site for them as a school site.
Yeah, I'm open as long as it's not infringing upon the needs of the actual school activities. I mean, I'm guessing this is driven by the middle school. And the Spring Creek is right there.
Yeah, I mean, this discussion came from talking with the school district and through kind of the JPA discussions about what are some opportunities, because they do own the land. So it does make the project more affordable for them when they own the land.
Yeah, and this is it's helpful to have this information, kind of the anecdotal. These came from conversations with the school. It's not just kind of, 30,000 foot discussion. So
I am 100% in favor of allowing the school to put housing on their property if they would like.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman?
I think I'm in line with Nikki there. I mean, we're really only talking about a couple little teeny parcels. I mean, even the area we're talking about changing on Pioneer Trail to business innovation, I mean, most of that's already developed. Like, so I don't know what we think is going to happen there, but almost all of those are businesses that have been built, new buildings built in the last probably 5-6 years. So it seems unlikely that many, if any of those, will ever change. And then the Edwin Way, I mean, I guess I'm a little confused. I mean, isn't there already Annie's Loop there already all done? They're building 20 new townhomes there. We've already seen plans for
a different property.
Is it?
Yeah. So we're talking about, so what you see where the Hennis Flat locator is, yep. So to the east of that.
No, I got that.
Yeah,
there.
so then go up to Prosser Dam Road. It's not the Annie, it's.
I understand that, but that's this pink parcel here, right? That we're talking about going right now is commercial. We're talking about changing this to mixed use, which is all this here. And like right now, they're building 20 townhomes right here, and they're already building a hotel over here.
Sorry, I was talking about something else.
The Hennis Flats, I'm fine with that, as that's a good spot for higher density.
Mm-hmm. I think, are you talking about the village?
So the village, we are showing that as a change. So under the current general plan, it's shown as commercial, and then in the options, it goes to mixed use low. That's to reflect what's been approved with the specific plan.
But don't they have an approved project? I mean, didn't we approve?
They do, but it's consistent with the specific plan. So this is just to allow us to get rid of the specific plan, which doesn't really need to be in effect anymore.
Okay.
Because it's mostly built out.
Commissioner Freeman, you said you were supportive of density at by Hennis Flats. So does that mean you prefer the 6 to 12 units in option 1 and 2, or 12 to 18 units from option 3?
How big is that site?
I think it's like the same as the Hennis Flats property.
Can you show that again, Danielle?
Yumi says 6.9 acres.
So that means they can get 82 no problem, and you can pretty much guarantee they're going to have a density bonus increase to get an extra 20, 30, 40%. So that 6 to 12 feels like a good number. I mean, I don't think we want to see a whole bunch of 3-story apartment buildings there.
I mean, we did have a pretty extensive discussion with some of the Grays Crossing homeowners, where we brought in a facilitator on behalf of the town to have that conversation. And there was concern about having something that was all 3-story buildings. There was interest in if there was a different product type, so maybe like a townhome at the front that could be like a for purchase option, and then an apartment building at the back that could be a rental option. So it wasn't a no, we don't want to see change happen. It was a, can we make it blend better as it gets towards the single family homes? So I think the last proposal for that we saw was maybe a maximum of 120 units. And that was kind of tipping the scale there. And it was just a concept, but
this group, minus Commissioner Riley, approved 3 stories across the street.
Which
across 89.
Certainly a heartache for me when I drive by it every day.
Which one?
Freshman Hollow.
Oh, I was on the planning commission when
No, the
that was
one
approved.
sort of southwest of Alder Drive and 89.
Yeah, it's Freshman Hollow. Phase
Freshman 2, yeah.
The one building that's right on the highway.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
I think is unfortunate. I think we should have put a couple 2-story buildings there for the extra 6 or 8 units we probably picked up.
I have some regrets on that. The architecture, the aesthetics, I don't want to see more of that taking over.
Dan, thank you for clarifying my question.
That said, the 3-story building down in the hole, which you can't see, actually I think is well done, because you can't see it.
The one closest to the middle school, the similarly large, but because it's like on the path, yeah. You don't see it.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yep.
Okay, I'm checking in on what we have on the screen here. Still have a few commissioners that haven't weighed in, but.
So I'm going to agree with the option 1.
So the option 1, I kind of had it as option 1 / possible option 2, which I think Commissioners Riley and Freeman had said. So is that the same, you'd like me to change that to a 3, or you just want option
Yes.
1, 3? Okay. Then I think we've covered this one, unless there's other notes that we want to add.
I'm good.
Want to look at it? I mean, we didn't get a lot of detail about the industrial versus biz. I mean, we only have sort of one vote for each of those.
I kind of think it's a moot point, because it's already all developed. If somebody wants to, I mean, I would support the business innovation. If somebody wants to take the tire shop down there and make it into a bar, I think they should do that.
I literally was trying to go to a ramen restaurant next to a place that sells doors, like it's already happening.
But again, with zoning, we're trying to aim for what we want, and where are we putting the industrial? Where do you guys feel the industrial should go that we are needing?
Well, the industrial can still go there, correct?
Yes, right?
Yeah, we're not getting rid of the industrial.
No,
We've allotted a certain amount, and it's being undermined by these other non-industrial uses. That brings up focus area 4.
Hold on a second. So you both just said that's not correct.
Right. So the biz zoning is different, that it really is more of what's in Pioneer Commerce Center and less of what you think of on Trails End or Industrial Way. So it doesn't have the same type of heavy intensive outdoor uses. It has much more customer interface. So you go and get ramen and things like that.
I really hope I don't get them in trouble. It was a good idea.
Or
But you're showing on the map for option 2 kind of a focused area of the business innovation, which is really where the business innovation is, and there really isn't any industrial there, whereas 95% of the remaining area is staying industrial. And you mentioned Trails End, and then there's Industrial Way. So it seems like that perhaps we're all on the same page, or most of us. And there's just not a whole lot of developable area, at least in that initial Forest Charter, Full Belly Deli.
There's not much left.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a capacity numbers issue. It's really just a kind of character and where uses can go.
So to be clear, is that small hashed area we're talking about changing from industrial potentially to business innovation, is that encapsulates some of the Pioneer Center, the existing Pioneer Center? Or is it just, maybe you could pull the satellite image up. Is it just that kind of Cal Nevada towing and the parking lot? It's to the right of the,
What am I looking at?
whatever that's called, that secondary road.
It's called Phase 1?
Yeah.
Okay. So Pioneer Commerce Center Phase 1, so it's kind of everything around where I'm highlighting.
I mean, that kind of already is business industrial, isn't it? Business innovation.
It is, yeah.
Isn't where that ramen thing not in there?
That was probably across the street, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was next to Pacific Crest. I apologize.
Which
I
is
don't
also
wanna get
kind of
in
business
trouble.
innovation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a block with a brewing company, this ramen pop-up, and a coffee shop.
The Bakehouse does the Friday Public.
So that is in both of these marked as commercial. In options 2 and option 3? Am I looking, I don't.
No, I think they're business innovation in 2 and 3.
I only see the
And
Grateful
4.
Belly Deli in the business innovation.
So, I mean, you can certainly make a change to the option if you don't support one aspect of it.
If I were to go into more detail on, I think I'm one of the votes for business innovation, further down that road towards the tree service, the metalworks, those feel still very industrial. And people are less likely to pass by those things going to non-industrial uses because they're down a road by themselves. I'd like to see that remain industrial if possible. And north as well, I'm looking at like the Paint Mart, the supply company. I know there's another brewery up there too. But the places where people are passing through, where they're likely to have those conflict of road users, I would like to see those be the business industrial area. So where they're proposed in option 2, 3, and across the street.
And that's kind of how it's shown in all the options, correct? It's just that small business innovation area.
That's what I'm seeing
which is the
too.
Pioneer Center area on the south side of Pioneer Trail.
It really seems to just be a cleanup of the existing plan, which kind of had an erroneous industrial designation in the area that's been developed as business innovation.
I mean, I think if I'm hearing the commission, it sounds like there's majority support for using business innovation to capture the portions of Pioneer Commerce Center that are functioning that way, and then everything else that isn't part of that should stay industrial.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. Option 2.
How's that?
Good. I'm good. Dan?
Good, yes.
Okay, Nikki?
There was mention of the industrial area to the west, which I think should remain industrial as it's shown on the map. I don't remember what the name of that road is. Maybe, is that Trails End? Yeah, I think we should keep that.
I said, and other industrial areas not in Pioneer Commerce Center.
Yeah.
What I particularly like about the arrangement that sort of organically happened, and I'd like to see preserved, is that separate. What am I trying to say? That separation of uses. Like if I'm going to the brewery or the coffee shop, I'm near other things like that, and I'm not interacting with quite as large trucks as often. They're still there, but being able to confine them in this area would be nice.
Does any of this change how they can do workforce housing?
Does any of, one more time, does this change?
Changing between biz and the industrial, existing industrial, does that change how they can do workforce housing on those properties?
Yes, but we also don't currently have that biz land use designation, so we'll define that within the definition of the designation.
And so does it make it any easier to produce more housing, or we don't have any idea yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think the density is higher, so it should be easier.
Goes from 4 to 12. Okay.
So from 4 units an acre to 12 units an acre is the difference.
That's significant.
So do you want to make any changes to this, or no? Okay, good. So I think we can move on. We've been in session for almost another 90 minutes. Should we take a quick break before we jump into the next one? I'm getting a nod of yes, yes. Okay, so.
Shrimp's not getting any riper.
It's calling your name.
Oh boy, yeah. All right, so it is 8:24. We'll go ahead and reconvene at 8:30. Down, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and get this meeting called back to order here. And we're going to go ahead and move on to focus area number 4, West River.
Did I say that?
Okay. Well, Susie, would you like to start?
I would like to ask some clarifying questions.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we have heard from our member of the public about the 75-foot setback that they're not allowed to build on. So 75 feet from the 100-year floodplain.
Correct.
That is not public already? That is not something that the public can use? No. Okay. There's no way to require that to be the 30% open space.
I mean, if you want to create with the land use designation the open space, you could say that it's in that area. What you probably can't do is say that has to be for public use.
Right, because that would be an exaction for which there may not be any nexus or connection between the project and the impacts of the project, and we're limited in what we can exact from any property owner.
So we can require that they cannot build on that, but we cannot require that that be the 30% that the public is allowed access to.
Precisely.
Weird.
Well, isn't that tied to the floodplain, and that's is that part of the, I don't know what the jurisdiction, Lahontan, or is that not town? That's...
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a couple things going on. We have our current zoning maps, which have the river overlay, which has a specific 75-foot setback, if I'm remembering, that does was intended to encompass the floodplain of the Truckee River. And then through the GPAC discussions, there was sort of this other interest in having a more prominent kind of open space integration within the area, which is what came out of the riverfront mixed use option. And so when staff was looking at that, we were kind of understanding that there's a lot of different ideas out there about what open space is. Sometimes it's passive, sometimes it's active, and sometimes it's landscaping that's been installed. And so I think there was really an interest in trying to more clearly define if that's an important aspect of what we want to see on West River Street, like what does that look like and what is it?
Doesn't our current general plan, as I remember, we reviewed, or there was review at some point of a potential development a long time ago on this property, and I thought there was some discussion of required public access. Is that?
So if there's a subdivision, the Subdivision Map Act does say that you're required to provide public access. Oftentimes that's in the form of an easement. So even the Chinese herb shop, which is a pretty small project, because they subdivided it, they did a condo plan for that, there is a public access easement from Southeast River Street to the river that's recorded on the map. Most people don't know that because it doesn't say here, but it's there.
Like 1882, that was similar, or maybe that was, they had to create that, there was an allowance for public access. Maybe because there was a change between the adjacent property owner.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that one other than it was remnant Caltrans property that the town had that we worked with 1882 on for their acquisition. So it was a little different circumstance in that it wasn't privately held.
So do any of these alternatives speak to that public access or that ability for the public to engage the river within a development proposal?
I mean, I think you could define that within a land use designation. So I think that's, sort of this discussion that's been had at the GPAC level of, what this area looks like, because the river revitalization strategy has been a big point of interest. And so, I think depending on which way the commission wants to go, you could have that as part of the definition.
I did appreciate Jan Holland's input that I think there's only 2 properties that actually abut the river there, and requiring a 30% public access from something that isn't near the river isn't really something that I don't think anyone's interested in.
There's actually properties off of River Park Place. So there's a vacant parcel, there's the vet's office. I'm not sure what else, I can't remember what's down there, but there's a few other ones.
Oh, and I guess he meant there was only 2 undeveloped ones. The other ones are currently already developed, I'm guessing. Okay. I would like to, I don't know if there's any way to say that if you don't have riverfront property, I don't think we need 30% access to your property in any way, if anybody goes with the riverfront option 4, I think.
Could we maybe do a little exercise, since there's a bunch of nuances here, and just walk down West River Street on the satellite and kind of unpack this a little bit? So we don't get too caught up. Or the satellite's fine.
Do you guys know what the single multifamily unit is currently? There's one, it says that we have 1 multifamily unit on West River. I was just curious if.
Well, it kind of looks like that's where the advanced body and frame and that Sierra Mountain Pipe and Supply, is it that parcel?
How can you have one multi-unit? That's a single unit, not multi. So it's mixed use.
There's a residential unit with, that's right, yeah, I think I can picture what you're talking about. Thank you.
Can you explain to us?
Yeah, so if you are heading west on West River Street and you went on the McIver undercrossing and you pass the propane tanks on the right, and then the next is the storage, the mini storage. There is a unit above the office. Yeah.
I'm just curious, when we're talking about this, how much actually has the potential to be redeveloped, so we can kind of identify which parcels specifically we're going to talk about changing?
It's not just the ones that aren't developed right now, because, I mean, this is where you theoretically increase the property value to entice someone to buy them out and move the industrial off of this area, correct? I mean, that's the
Theoretically.
Theory. So it's not just what is open to be developed, but what we want to encourage to be developed through the market.
I mean, yeah, I mean, in theory, yes, that's the practice. Chances of whoever owns that mini storage is printing cash like it's going out of style with zero management and maintenance. That's probably not going to sell. You know, the property further to the west. I mean, you know, anybody that's going to sell their business is going to have to go somewhere else, right? I mean, that's going to be the challenge. Where are they going to go?
The town has put up the option of somewhere near the airport, but evidently you can't own property there.
There's 2 parcels next to the airport that are not owned by the airport, I believe. Dan, did you want to look at anything specific on this?
I just thought in an effort for us to kind of come to an agreement, we could go look at the vacant parcels, because those are the ones most likely to be redeveloped.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of that kind of background of when we were going through and looking at this as staff and then sort of GPAC's evolution, that River Park Place did seem to be kind of an area that had a lot of industrial users that were kind of working successfully together, and seemed like it was a little bit more separated than some of the other parts of West River Street. I think the north side was really an area that had a lot of different opportunity because it's next to the railroad tracks, so maybe not super great for housing, but could have like maybe some housing integrated. But that's just been such a site that hasn't had any redevelopment over time, that because there's a couple of property owners that have, held on to that, I think incentives would speak to them about the choices of selling the property to someone else. So we kind of looked at it that way for those areas. And then just the river strategy was definitely something that the GPAC talked about, which is why, we ended up with the most options for West River Street, because of the complexity, right? You have river strategy, you have existing industrial that serve, functions within the community. People use a lot of these businesses, and they provide employment for a lot of our workforce. But then recognizing the challenges of trying to find other places where these businesses would go. So staff was kind of splitting the difference a little bit and saying, seems like working with the south side of the river would provide some opportunity for the public to be able to appreciate the river more so, versus the north side, which is still kind of next to the railroad tracks, probably needs some hefty incentives for current property owners to change them, but could still house industrial just in a more efficient way.
Would it be possible in this discussion to separate the sides of the river? I'm feeling like I'm going to go for a custom option again, and perhaps that would be an interesting framework to move forward in our discussion. And I'll start by saying I'm comfortable with leaving the north side of the river fairly industrial for that reason of needing to put it somewhere, and it's already next to the railroad tracks. My one concern would be that I want to be able to bike through this area year-round and not feel so much the presence of large trucks, and I imagine there are opportunities with the Legacy Trail to do that in the future.
Did you want to say how you felt about the south?
I thought maybe we could move more quickly if we could focus on like areas of agreement, but if people want me to, I can.
That's a great idea.
So I am in favor of revitalization of the north in the effort to maintain the industrial. I do think there could be some opportunities for mixed use, or we've talked about these other uses that are a little more pedestrian oriented. I worked in a shop that's still there, Ollie Hendrickson's building, and I think it's actually in the picture on the upper right corner, and it is a real piece of junk, and I don't think, it never seemed like he wanted to do anything, but it would be really wonderful if we could create incentives to spark some revitalization, i.e., tear that down and build something better in all aspects. The floor of my shop drained to the river, and I'm imagining it still does that today.
Which page is that picture on?
It's on page 47.
Which document?
It's the briefing book. It's the upper right corner. It's where they have he's got the chairlift wheels at the entrance. I think there's like a horticulture shop at the edge, and then just some random. Mine says 47, but focus area 4 West River. I have a different book.
Which option?
Yeah.
Focus area 4.
It's on the screen for you.
Yeah. I think, this whole corridor is would be wonderful to revitalize. We want to be realistic, but that perhaps comes with an overlay of incentives and ways that we can help drive that conversation. But there's the property is really extensive, going all the way back towards the railroad. There's a lot of open space. I mean, there's potential to densify this area, not be too concerned with noise because of the railroad. There should be some sensitivity to the creek. I think there's like a quarry, or there's like the rock place to the west of Ollie's building. But I tend to think that we're going to have a real struggle if we think we're going to remove those uses or I don't know. I mean, it'd be wonderful, but at the same time, I kind of feel like maybe we should try to work with what we have and just make it better.
So you were recommending just keeping it in an industrial zone?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to the opportunity for a more of a mixed approach. I don't really see this as a business park, but yeah, and I mean, I don't know if housing would be appropriate there. It would have to be pretty insulated from noise.
What if we did something about like industrial across the back, but then on the street frontage at West River, that was more of a biz? Is that splitting hairs too fine? Or are we trying to move from industrial to biz to mixed use along the river?
I mean, I like the idea of having street frontage that's more pedestrian focused or cyclist focused, or even, people in cars that want to go somewhere. But I also see we have this need for industrial. It exists here, and maybe we should just continue down that line rather than trying to find these other locations, because I don't have a ton of faith that we're going to relocate. I think if we create new industrial, it's going to get new industrial.
Yeah.
So I'm sensitive to that. I would like to clean this up, though, because it is an environmental disaster. Like, all of this is a real mess.
And how would you incentivize cleaning it up? I mean, would changing it to biz incentivize that in some way?
I worry that changing it to biz would we might clean it up, but then we're going to lose the industrial.
Would it make sense for us just to not express the method of how we get there, but to express as a planning commission our desired outcome, which is industrial that is cleaned up?
I feel more comfortable with that, honestly.
Industrial that's cleaned up with a good cycling access through there, because I think that is, I mean, I've ridden down this road many times and it is uncomfortable.
Yeah, that sounds very reasonable. Right now, the word residential uses is in this write-up. My interpretation of this is that we're not prioritizing this as an area for residential. We can talk about the other side of the street in a minute, but this side is meant to be industrial. I also appreciate Commissioner Tarnay's suggestion to maybe, if I worry there's not enough depth in the space to have two distinct uses, but if there is, it'd be nice to have the lighter one on the outside, but I don't know if that's
quite
possible.
deep.
Okay,
It actually is multiple buildings deep from the street frontage to the, where the hill starts to go up towards the railroad.
Awesome.
Is it possible to allow wider use than just, could we have it be industrial and biz industrial in the hopes that would incentivize the property owner to get creative? Because it's currently industrial, and they clearly have no incentive to clean it up, because it is kind of crazy if you drive back there.
That's my concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we can look at as a future action. So I think if the interest, and I took out residential because I think we weren't totally clear about the discussion going in that direction yet. I mean, I think if it's mixed industrial, maybe that's sort of more what we're talking about, with the more heavily intensive uses towards the north by the tracks, with the sort of lighter, cleaner uses up towards the street. I think that we can get to that definition later when we're talking about actions and kind of how we want to define it.
I mean, we might be surprised if there was the ability to put a bunch of industrial uses back there, and then they need a ramen shop, because guys got to have lunch. Totally. And kind of like what's happened in the Pioneer Center a little bit.
But this is close enough to the other side of the street. Pioneer Center is fairly isolated.
This is pretty isolated if you go back there. You can't really get to town
I'm not saying town, I'm saying the other side of West River Street.
The south side of West River Street.
No, I'm talking
maybe
about
more
just the north
commercial.
side,
Yeah, we're
just
we're
the north
talking about
side.
just the north side right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying if someone was working on the north side of West River Street, we're asking that they just go to the south side of West River Street for lunch.
They could also go there. That's where the taco shop is.
Good.
It'd be a
I zoned
food
for that.
truck, like a set of, like an area for food trucks.
Again, I feel like if we leave that, because I think that's primarily one landowner or two for that big zone we're talking about. And I think if we leave it as is, it's going to stay as is.
Okay, so, I mean, we're basically proposing then a mix of business, innovation, and industrial for the north side of West River Street.
Yeah, can we create some kind of overlay that sort of highlights our desire to incentivize the rehabilitation of this? Like, we would have a focused session or sessions dedicated to looking at ways that we would spark, development, revitalization, reuse.
Almost call it business industrial.
So kind of a unique land use designation that's a combo of business innovation and industrial.
So we don't give up our industrial uses, but we allow a wider flexibility for a landowner to incentivize them to do something with the land.
It's like Pioneer 2, Pioneer South.
I have a question for my fellow commissioners. Do we want to, in this mixed industrial, that so far as a mixture of industrials, do we also want to require on-site workforce housing? Similar to...
We still require that with all industrial and commercial, correct? That has not changed. Danielle, looking
Correct.
at you, and you're typing something furiously, sorry.
Workforce housing, the way that the language is in the development code now does really steer you to building it on site.
Yes.
That's what I was looking for. Good to know it applies. Thank you.
Yep.
And it applies to industrial and commercial currently, and that is not being suggested to change.
Correct.
So I still like the idea of trying to have that, trying to sort of step down from heavy industrial to light industrial to whatever comes across the river, instead of just mixing it all in together. I don't know. How you guys feel about that? It looked like Dan nodded, it looked like Nikki nodded, and
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense, so you can have all the stuff that you don't want to see in the back and the ramen up front.
it's the mullet of zoning.
Zoning mullet. That's what we'd like to officially call this zoning. It's a mullet. Okay, can we move on to the south side? Okay? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Freeman, south side of the street, you want to get tacos now?
South side.
Okay, so is that a mixed use type of element?
I think it is a mixed-use kind of area. I just want to be cognizant of the existing industrial businesses there. Mountain Pipe and Supply, Truckee Rents. It would be nice to see the propane place disappear and move.
Sure would.
And maybe, I don't know if we can get, if there's a way to get, again, housing. I don't know, I feel like we should have the housing by the river.
So if it's a mixed use element, it's got your commercial up front on the street frontage and then with housing back towards the river. That would be probably preferable.
That makes a lot of sense, but I could also imagine a desire for some commercial spaces on the river to be able to have a patio, look out, interact with it in that way. But agreed, it makes more sense to put commercial on the street.
Or maybe it's mixed use by the river, so you could have housing or, I mean, you could see a restaurant right overlooking the river. That'd be pretty cool.
Love it.
Or a distillery.
Yeah, first floor neighborhood serving uses and second floor housing. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. I do want there to be community access to the river. I am, I'm sensitive to what Jan has presented, and I'm honestly not totally clear on it, and I am really, in many ways, a bit confused by all the different options, and I can't say I really like any of them, and I find this conversation to be much more, inspired and specific than what I read in the briefing book, and I would kind of prefer that to help guide this. I know what I don't want. I don't want 4 or 5-story buildings in this neighborhood. I don't want it to feel too overwhelmed by development. I think there's a middle ground because right now there's just so little and it's so kind of sparse and dilapidated, and so there is a real opportunity to revitalize this area. But I think we want to, be sensitive. And also, I'm not totally clear on Jan's what happened with this planning process and why there's been these stumbling blocks, and I would like to find ways to alleviate that. I think good projects, we want to support good projects. We want to support projects that benefit this community and benefit the people who want to invest in them. And clearly there's reasons why this hasn't been moving forward. So I'll stop with that.
I'll say that I like what's written so far. I looked at staff to tell us how specific we need to be within all these different numbers. I appreciate the requirement, or Jan's suggestion that we hit at least 1.25 FAR. I would also like to ask that we define public access, because I could see this being interpreted as someone lives here and this is their yard and you could see it, versus here's a restaurant, but you have to be paying to be part of their patio seating at the time. I want this to be genuine public access, 24 hours a day, whatever. I want it to be well signed so people feel comfortable being there, and I look forward to being able to interact with the water and appreciate it.
So do we need to add on just underneath the south side of West River, before commercial, putting mixed use, the words mixed use in there?
I think we all are on board with mixed use in this area.
Yes.
Mixed use with ground floor commercial facing West River Street. It sounds like across the project, ground floor, or at least along the street and along the river, having ground floor commercial, and the interior space and the upstairs could be residential. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I also am supportive of the co-housing project and proposal, and recognize that might involve small homes, maybe clustered, maybe around a gathering space, and I don't want to preclude that. I want that to, they've been working for years, and I think this is a really beautiful spot for a co-housing project. I have looked at some of their plans.
I want to just caution.
Oh, I know,
because
okay,
it's a
I shouldn't talk
development
specific about a project, right? Okay, so just theoretical.
Yeah, sorry. Try and talk at general
it's hard,
level.
It's not currently a project with the town. It's a pre-application at this point.
So there's
But I think just because we know that there will be a project, what you don't want to do is kind of put yourself in a position where you've already publicly stated an inkling one way or the other.
Okay.
Just for your protection.
Yes. From a general land use standpoint, I think co-housing is an appropriate use in this location.
So to get specific on these, I think we need to sort of decide on a density, a dwelling unit density, and decide on an FAR. Does that make sense?
I propose 1.2 FAR for this entire south side of the street, except for the area that's currently low-density residential.
And I think that's interesting because, again, if they have up to 10 units, they are required by the state to be allowed up to 1.25 FAR. And so I'm not sure, I don't know how that works, but it seems like if they have somewhere between.
I would think of it in terms of that being a very niche state law, where if you did create the 1.25, I mean, it's still going to apply to other projects that fall outside of the 3 to 10 units. So if you feel like that's the appropriate FAR, you could still look at that.
The examples that we have of FAR in here are FAR on the ground floor only, correct? It's somewhere, like, we don't really know what that FAR looks like, 1.25 looks like in multi-story.
I mean, the one that we talked about last Tuesday was the McCarthy building down at Donner Lake. That was 0.8. And that has commercial on the ground floor. It has a shop kind of attached to the backside of it that's also ground floor. And then I think they have 2 residential units on the second floor.
I'm sorry, what building is that?
It's the McCarthy building. It was that kind of blue, I can take us to it if we want to look at that one again, but we kind of focused on that one that had, let's look at it.
I actually stand corrected. This FAR thing in the briefing book does have multi-stories as well.
So this is 0.8 FAR for this blue building.
And I guess what we're not seeing is, like, is there property around behind?
Yes, that's, if you went behind it, there's kind of an appendage on the backside of it that has additional square footage. But it's hidden behind this 2-story facade.
I mean, so frankly, this FAR at 0.8 isn't any different than the 0.2. It's not any more walkable. It's not any closer to the street. I don't feel that this is an efficient regulation to change how we design things to be not auto-oriented. Am I?
And then there's another point of reference on page 26 of the briefing book that has a picture of a 1.25 FAR also.
While we're flipping, I would like to say that I've narrowed down, I like having the physical pages. I can discard the ones that I don't like anymore. And I'm down to ones that have mixed use high and mixed use medium. But because we're talking about treating this entire south of the river part as mixed use, it makes sense to me to carry forward the mixed use medium because it's a lower number of units per acre, but applies to more acres. So that maintains the balance that I think we're looking for there.
What was the thought with the riverfront mixed use designation? Like, how do we I like that. How do we come up with that?
Well, GPAC talked quite a bit about this and wanting to look at the river strategy. And so the name of it was kind of created by Ascent in working through that. And I don't know if you want to talk to Chelsea about it also, just from sort of her perspective in putting these together. But it really was an evolution of what GPAC had talked about.
It also felt like similar to what we just did now, to be able to be really specific. We want this balance here. We want these more over here. And I agree with and appreciate the comments from Jan Holland that master planning process. What we just did now is the absolute cheapest version of that. And to actually go through the master planning process would make it a lot harder for this project to pencil out. I like what we've discussed. I think this is a pretty good recommendation. And if they can be turned into a zoning overlay and not need to go through that process, I think we'd be doing a good job.
I'm not okay with the graphic on, what was it, page 26, the 1.25. I think that's a real heavy densification for that property. I mean, and I'm not totally clear how much that would occupy all of the land, but if it occupied a majority or even half, I think it's too much. Like I've said before, I think the Rock is so successful, and I could see that type of an approach at West River Street. I think it integrates well with housing, it integrates well with commercial, retail, all of it. And it's so much more in scale with our community. The 1.25 doesn't feel like Truckee. So from a cautionary kind of not wanting to go too far down the line, I'm more comfortable with the 0.35.
We can't speak about specific projects because none have applied, but a theoretical project that could apply requested that we do at least 1.25. or they wouldn't be able to pencil out.
And I'm unclear if that meant for the entire property, because that just seems like an excessive amount of development.
I think you have to remember too that, we've been thinking in terms of what's on the ground as the point 2, which is only commercial. And so this is flipping the switch on our mindset a little bit and going towards the combination of residential and the non-residential combined. So it's not apples to apples. And I know that's kind of hard when we're explaining this, because we keep seeing these projects that we know and that we like and we can relate to and have real numbers, where now we're kind of changing gears.
So, I'm sorry, we know the existing FAR at the Rock, or that is the FAR just of the ground floor, not including the upper stories?
What did we say the Rock was?
0.35.
0.35.
I think it's the whole development of the Rock.
But it excludes the residential that was standalone that's behind the Hampton Inn.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
technically one project, so if you include that. But visually, what most people see is just the commercial portion, and that's what's the 0.35.
Yeah. And even with the housing, like if a project were to have that type of housing, I think that would be successful. And that would, in theory, increase the FAR, the townhomes at the Rock. And what would that, are you able to think what that might be with this new mix, this combined, it might add another.
I don't know that we could do that with any degree of certainty unless we actually looked at the square footages. But we know for certain that the Rock commercial portion is 0.35.
And those units are probably, what, 1,500? Are they duplexes, the townhomes? They're not that big. Yeah.
They're attached.
Yeah, they're attached townhomes, but I'm not sure about the square footage.
Yeah, they're pretty modest.
I have a clarifying question about the phrasing on the slide. I read this as ground floor commercial, the ground floor only facing West River Street being commercial. My understanding from our discussion was that we also wanted the ground floor facing the river to be commercial. Did I make that up? Okay, thank you. Facing West River Street and the river, transitioning to housing above and towards the interior.
Dave, how do you feel about, what are your thoughts on kind of the FAR and the, tall buildings or,
the
massing?
Three-story buildings give me heartburn. I look at some of the ones that we approved, and I have concerns about that as well. I mean, the Frischman Hollow three-story one, that's not an amazing-looking building. Artist Lofts is a disaster.
Keep in mind that the two you're talking about are affordable housing buildings. And so, I mean, it was definitely not our standard of design.
True story, yeah. But I can understand your concerns, Commissioner Riley, with that level of density on that.
So here's maybe my middle ground, or somewhere where I might feel more of a compromise, back to the, whether it's a use permit or however we want to term it, like exceptional project, or, hey, we're going above and beyond, we're not just doing, status quo, like there's something special about this, we wouldn't always approve it, but because this is an exemplary project, we're granting this increased density. Is that something we could look at, rather than just a blanket, like, hey, here you go, we're going to way densify without any, guarantee that we're getting anything out of it?
Possibly. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that FAR is definitely a hard thing to kind of visualize, but we know what we like and we don't like. We kind of clearly articulated some of the taller buildings that have less interesting architecture, and that is something that you can control with objective design standards. And so that's another component of this, that maybe it's just a three-story presence along the street would be completely incompatible, but if it had a component that was 1 story or 2 stories and then stepped back, like maybe that could work. And so I think there are other tools that could fall outside of this, that where you could really further define how you use that FAR.
Okay.
I do want to throw in there that I think an FAR of 0.35 is too low. I think you end up with a lot of landscaping area that isn't actually used. It's not used for playgrounds. It's not used for picnicking. It's just something that they have to spend a lot of money on and they spend a lot of water on, and that concerns me. I would like to at least aim towards a higher FAR of 1.0 or 0.8 or in that range.
Yeah, because we typically look at this without housing, so now we're adding the housing, so that's a new component. I'm comfortable going up to 0.8, and like I said, kind of with this sense of we could go more if it really benefits.
I just think that's a lot to put on the staff, and they've asked us before that they can't say, there has to be, like at planned development, you have to have certain things that you're meeting specifically. And maybe those things are, 25% affordability.
Would it be helpful to offer another variable to limit the size of the units? I'm more interested in having a good number of units fit within a reasonable envelope, and if we put some pressure on 1,000 square foot max, maybe that would make it easier for that 12 to 24 units per acre to fall within an envelope that we find acceptable.
Does that just make it so that we don't get any 3-bedroom places?
I live in a 1,100 square foot, that's the 3-bedroom.
I do too, but
yeah,
it's more than 1,000.
It's slightly more, yeah. Fair question. Maybe it's a different number, but would we be interested in using the tool of the square footage to deflate that envelope?
Dan, what do you think about that from a developer's point of view?
I just get nervous about putting too tight of constraints on a project that we don't know what someone could propose.
Yeah.
I do like this riverfront mixed use, which sure appears to be the same as mixed use low designation. But I wonder if maybe we carve out that little piece that's already industrial on the south side that already has industrial uses on it, so that otherwise there'll be non-conforming uses, right? That are existing.
Which part?
So basically down River Park Place there, between
Truckee Rents and
between River Park
Western
Place
Pipe
and West
Supply.
River Street, like there's already existing businesses that are kind of industrial.
Right.
I think honestly, wouldn't the thrift store benefit if it were mixed use versus industrial? The thrift store would benefit if it went the other way.
But we also have a process to handle non-conforming uses. I love Truckee Rents. They can continue being there until they decide they want to get bigger, right? Like, we're not kicking them out tomorrow. And honestly, having a lot of people living around there that might be interested in some small projects might be able to use them.
So I kind of like the idea of making that area all, that riverfront mixed use. I don't know, it sounds like we might have some synergy there.
By mixed use, you mean the mix of commercial and residential, not industrial or residential?
No, not industrial. I don't mind keeping that one little piece that's already zoned industrial as is, if that makes sense. Or if we change it, like I said, are those now all non-conforming uses that are existing?
Yes.
Yes.
And do they need to then do something to stay?
No, they're just hamstrung on what they can do if they want to make any changes.
Yeah.
So Dan, you're suggesting option 4, the riverfront mixed use, correct?
Just for
the south side of West River.
Yeah, yes.
And so that's an FAR of 0.8 and densities of 6 to 18 units per acre. Typical buildings, 1 to 2 stories.
I would, speaking for myself, prefer to include that portion in the mix of commercial residential. I don't know if the occupants or owners of those businesses own their buildings, but by zoning this to mixed use, we increased the value of their land and made it easier for whoever owns that property to be able to transfer.
And we would love to incentivize the propane place to get rid of the propane tanks and put something else there. And even the, whatever the other property is, where there's a auto shop, an auto body place, and a bunch of little stores, it's mostly just a parking lot with a lot of cars kind of on the road.
That might be the co-housing property. There's a propane place on the other side of West River as well, correct? Okay, but you're
I
talking.
think it's the same company.
Okay, but there's one property that is immediately adjacent to the river, and that's what you're talking about.
I was talking about the one on West River Street where they have all the, if we go back to the satellite photo there, have all the tanks that they're storing.
Isn't that on the north side that we're keeping in industrial? Oh, no.
Up south side. Yep, right there.
There are tanks on the north side of the road though, so.
Okay, I'm not crazy. There is a bunch of tanks on the north side, right?
That's
Yes,
correct.
there are.
All right, and a third place. So, Nikki and Dave,
Yes.
how do you guys feel about that option for riverfront mixed use for the south side?
I'm in favor of it.
For the whole south side of the river to be a mix of residential and commercial? Or do we want to talk about splitting off the section to remain industrial on the south side?
I mean, like I said, there's that one area that's existing industrial, but I don't think, as you guys pointed out, that's just going to preclude what their redevelopment options would be.
Yeah.
You're not going to redevelop the tire shop into another tire shop.
Right.
Maybe that's incentive for them to go across the street if that ever develops.
Right, I like that.
I'm just going to quickly point out for you, Nikki, that if we allow up to 18 dwelling units per acre, again, with a density bonus, that can get up to 32 in your, if they did 100% affordable, they get an 80% density bonus, so you go from 18 units per acre to 32 units per acre.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily the model that's desired across this entire property. I know there's some interest in a variety of housing types, and I don't want to preclude that.
I'm thrilled that you're interested in that high density.
I'm interested in the ability to be creative and address the desires of this property.
So I'm going to throw this out there, that what if, no idea with current projects or what's going anywhere, but what if a wealthy conglomerate came in and bought up all of that riverfront property and put single-family homes on there and fenced it all off so that there was no, they said, oh, you have access to the front. Because again, as Andy said, we cannot require access to the river.
That would be unfortunate.
Can we think of any way to preclude that type of thing?
Can we just say no single-family homes?
I think you say no single-family homes.
Yeah.
Well, and you can also, if you've got an applicant like that, you could also point out that it might be more convenient for them to allow public access along the river where they can't build anyway than to have public access over other parts that might be buildable. So what you can't maybe mandate, you might be able to negotiate.
I mean, on that note, I mean, the houses that are on East River Street along the river, I mean, if there was a bike path in front of those houses, would that be terrible? Just asking, kind of playing devil's advocate.
What do you mean, a bike path?
If there was public access between those homes and the river, which there is not now, but if there was, would that be a community benefit? Would that like satisfy our need if we did have a row of nice small single-family homes with a bike path between the homes and the river?
Oh, yeah, I think that since Andy said you can't require that to be, they could fence that off and say, no, I can't build here and you can't use it either.
I mean, I think just adding, what is it, 84% of the town is single-family homes, that is something that the community kind of came out and said, we're looking for diversity and some sort of different unit type. And the mixed use was really a driver for this area that I understand that it's, something that a lot of people want to build and live in, but it's also so close to downtown that I think when GPAC was talking about it, they were looking at kind of this as an extension of downtown that sort of transitions away, that isn't sort of the same as like Glenshire or a typical kind of single family area. So I know that was talked about in some of these options of, an allowed use in here, but I think based on what you as a commission have been talking about with this idea of mixed use, that's probably not the driver for it. I mean, if you didn't want to say no single family, you could say trying to find that a little bit more closely and say that, single family should be respectful of options for access to the river or something to that effect.
I've been trying poorly to backseat write the section about defining how mixed use should be distributed in this area. Perhaps we could define that we want like around the exteriors, around the pathways where people are more likely to walk. So along River Street, along the river itself, along whatever pathways or trails people, are expected to use to get between those two places, that's where we expect ground floor commercial, and that indicates we expect multi-story buildings. And then whatever's happening in the interior of the spaces, we can't see, so we don't really care. I'd be happy to have townhomes or something that's, as long as it's dense enough, the structure of it doesn't bother me as much. But the places that we expect the public to be walking, we expect to see commercial, and then uses that complement that kind of foot traffic.
I mean, it is in the realm of policy, so, I mean, you can come back and visit later also. I think this is just more in your discussion of trying to establish what kind of density range you want to convey to the council.
And I think my question is stemming from you saying that this density, 6 to 18 units, does not preclude single-family residences. Is that correct?
It doesn't. They'd be very tiny, but it is possible as a non-staff.
Well, I mean, Commissioner Cheney, when we were kind of doing our email exchange earlier, we were talking about kind of the difference between the residential designations and the mixed use designations. And so under medium density residential, single families allowed, but we didn't have that defined when we got into mixed use. Like single family wasn't listed in the table, but then I think we might have listed it out in one of the West River sections. So I was saying that's something we should clarify.
Okay, do you guys feel all right with that? I'm not sure if that precludes I don't know if the project that we're not talking about has single-family residences, and I'm not trying to preclude that project.
I'm not comfortable with a blanket statement of no single-family homes. I mean, I would like to, if we can, create language of it's going to be clustered and tight and small and all that, but I don't want to. I would be very uncomfortable making an outright ban at this point.
I agree with that.
So I think, yeah, I
changed it to careful consideration of single-family homes.
I think if we have a density that's high enough, they'll have to be carefully considered. And I think 18 units is certainly getting to that point where it's going to be hard to have a bunch of single-family detached homes. I would like to request that we split out the FAR and dwelling units per acre by vote, since we have some disagreement there.
I also added some for the north side because we didn't really talk about that, so you might want to talk about both for each the north and the south side.
What's here for the north looks good to me.
Well, you figure 4 dwelling units per acre, that's like a quarter acre, kind of a typical smaller subdivision. We're able to get smaller than that. So I think 6 on the low end is okay. I'm comfortable with that.
And did we want to try and talk about maximum size or average size or anything?
I do, like I said, I have heartburn about the massive buildings. I think the 18 units per acre gets probably denser than I would like. It's not to say I couldn't see some of that, but I certainly wouldn't want to encompass the entire property. Like I said, I like the style of the rock in terms of a density and use of site.
May I propose for a different vote or something for the south side? What I would prefer to vote for is 12 to 24, but maybe 6 to 24 to allow that flexibility. I agree with the logic that it's an extension of downtown and that we have to put the buildings somewhere. And if we can't see them because they're surrounded by nice things, and if they're on the way to the lovely river, that feels manageable to me. Sorry to clarify, I like that as 3 different options. The 6 to 18, the 12 to 24 that's in option 5, and then I'm proposing a new 6 to 24, and I'm curious if that gets any bites.
As far as the density, I still like the idea of going with a lower density, and then they can do higher density. They just have to do the density bonus and provide more affordability. And so that's why I would go with the 18, not because I want to keep it lower, but because I want more affordability.
I'm with you on that, too.
But I don't know, am I shooting myself in the foot, or is somebody just going to come in and do the absolute minimum, never ask for density bonuses, and then we don't get housing and we don't get affordability as well?
I think we're going to see density bonuses.
I think you would know more than I, so
Dan?
Yeah, I like the kind of as defined, the riverfront mixed use, 0.8 FAR with the 6 to 18 for the south side.
I agree with Dan. Again, I like the locals overlay or local incentive overlay.
Yep.
I want to house the people who are working here.
For the north side, I almost want to see a combination of industrial and business innovation, which is a 0.5 FAR if you go to business innovation, and 12 units per acre.
That's interesting.
that is interesting.
I just think that we need to provide, what the current designation has not provided enough incentive for those owners to do anything. And so I think we need to broaden it to try and get some activity there.
And can we define in our brand new district that that's split? Like the line of property closest to the river is that denser and the one in the back is the back. I think both of these sets of numbers have a place on this side of the river.
Brilliant.
Did I get that right? So we're not saying 3.5 or 5. We're saying part of the northern properties are 0.5 and part are 0.35. Is that other people's understanding?
I would be okay with the 0.5 on the industrial and on the business innovation.
Can we pull up the satellite map again, please?
I would be okay with 0.5 everywhere, but the 4 units per acre everywhere also, just to not have too many.
So Truckee,
I don't think they're going to want that many in the industrial because it's right next to the railroad tracks, but I mean, I don't think they're going to want more than the 4.
Will you zoom in there on the Truckee Horticulture Center? So like, I don't know how many parcels that is, that kind of hodgepodge of industrial stuff to the west of the Truckee Pet Lodge. But I'm kind of thinking that it's basically that parcel that is prime for redevelopment.
Wait, this is
that whole area.
This is the south side of West River.
And I just feel like that
The north side.
to broaden what
I'm
could
sorry.
be done on that parcel. I mean, even with the business innovation, it says there's standalone residential allowed.
It's 3 lots.
3 lots.
Yeah.
Let's make it 0.5. That sounds great.
Yeah, so right now those properties go, I don't know if we can cut a property in half and say the front half is allowed for business innovation and the back half is allowed for industrial.
It's the mullet zoning again.
Okay, let's maybe do a little bit more of a vote for because I'm not sure I totally captured it. So I definitely heard a couple people talking about 0.5 FAR for the north side.
Yes.
Was there consensus? I'm seeing, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sweet. Let's get rid of the 0.35. And then flexibility for how many units an acre? I had 4 to start and then wrote 12.
And that was sort of where we were trying to do that mullet zoning, the industrial in the back and the biz in the front along the road. And for me, the industrial, you're not going to want more than 4 units per acre back there because it's right next to the railroad, right? And you might, closer to the road, have higher, I don't know.
Wait, so you'll allow 12 units per acre in business industrial, but allow a minimum of 6 in the mixed use side across the river?
Yeah, that's weird. You're right, that's weird.
I'm just looking at the designations here with industrial modified and business innovation. I'm just saying combine them together. And so that's just where these numbers are coming from. Page 21.
Do we need to do a dwelling unit per acre on that north side? Is that?
I think we should agree on one.
Yes. Although I just put 4 to 12, and if you want to narrow it, let me know.
I'm concerned about, and I know I'm not the only one, about diluting this industrial area by making it too full of people when we have a perfectly good place across the river that we could allow more people to go into. In this very same discussion, I'd like to allow the north side of the river to be industrial, to have some workforce housing, but to primarily be about things, not people.
I'm fine with that.
I agree.
Me too.
But I don't want to see that, the 24 units per acre I'm sensitive to on the south side. I want to go less, again, with the incentive to get denser with benefit. So I think we differ
I'm willing to
on that.
agree to a lower, sorry to overstep, I'm willing to agree to a lower number here for a higher number across the river.
I hear that.
So is it 4? Is it more?
I think 4 is good.
4 is good?
It's 4 if we can do 12 to 24 across the river.
I mean,
We were just willing to sign up on 12.
I need a low end of 6 because I'm sensitive to the desired uses on this property, and I want to allow for that. And I think 12 might be getting too dense for the type, to allow for a greater range of housing.
We were just going to agree to 12 in an industrial area, and this is a mixed-use area. I don't understand why we're not willing to do a minimum of 12 in a mixed-use area if we were just willing to do it in one of our precious industrial spots.
Character site along the river, getting too big of buildings. I go 6 to 18. We can all have our own opinion.
Okay, so I have 1 for 6 to 18.
Second.
Third.
3.
I think that was 4. I don't know if you saw me raise my hand.
So just as a reminder, this would result in a down zone on one of the properties that is currently at DRH 24.
And I
So we would need to compensate.
Well, I spoke with Danielle about this, and she said the area sort of self-compensates because then you're upzoning other adjacent properties.
I think we just need to understand exactly what those areas are.
Yeah, it's kind of two-prong, right? It's individual properties and then it's within the area.
Which parcel is that?
You go to page 48 on your focus area 4, West River option 1. It's
I was going to say my page numbers are definitely different than yours.
Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at the individual briefing book, no?
As am I, but my option 1 is definitely page 46.
Okay, so ignore me and just look at option 1 for West River. So if you see where the number 2 is, that parcel is currently zoned, or it's not actually not a parcel, it's a portion of a parcel is currently zoned high density residential up to 24.
And there's no residential there, is it correct?
Correct.
Like it's.
Yeah, the businesses that are
like
there are
the
non-conforming.
garages, single story.
It's a weird spot.
So I have no problem. I think this is a better designation overall.
My vote is for 12 to 24. And honestly, I'd like to remove my vote for 4 dwelling units per acre on the north side of the road, because we've got to put them somewhere, and it makes sense to put them with the uses that they would want to walk to, but we're not doing that because we don't care about climate, so screw it.
Commissioner Miller, do you want to add any? I just reduced the votes to 4, but do you want to add a caveat to that at all?
Yes, please, if you could add 1 vote for 12 units per acre on this side. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, 12, okay.
Just 12, not 12 to 24 on the north side. Thank you.
I'm actually fine with 12 on the north side as well.
How does this look?
I mean, I'm not opposed to 12 either. I'm just looking at the business innovation designation.
I mean, I think we understand the mullet concept, so I think we can work with this, and if you would like to change your vote, I can also capture that.
If I can dictate or suggest phrasing for the south side of the river one more time, sorry about this. Mixed use with ground floor commercial facing West River Street and the river.
And the river. What? No,
In the Truckee River.
you can leave that. Oh,
No, that's good, that's good. With housing concentrated in interior areas. Does that work for fellow commissioners?
yes. And you'll have to get rid of that last toward the river.
Thank you for taking dictation.
Also, the upper stories, I think we should
Yes.
capture that.
Yes, thank you.
Housing on upper stories.
With housing concentrated in upper stories, yep. Go team.
I would be open to a 4 to 12 on the north side as a range. I don't know if that just creates one vote for a range, but I'm open where appropriate, where it makes sense. But again, I kind of err on the side of caution with the 4.
I'd be fine with a range.
Wait, and that, the way that's set up, 4 dwelling units per acre for along the road, I thought that was the opposite. It was 4 dwelling units per acre for the industrial, which was at the back, and then 12 dwelling units per acre for the biz, which is to the front.
Lovely.
And I think we're,
Do you want to just make that a 4 to 12 range?
yeah.
And all 5 agree on that?
But then we lose the mullet zoning of the,
Mullet's still there.
Well, I think we're still capturing it is
Yeah.
still industrial,
Yeah.
so you can do industrial
Yeah.
there, you just also can do business innovation there.
Right, and then the intent is that we'd want to have the business innovation in the front and the industrial in the back.
right, but what Ruth was saying is that if you allow that 12 dwelling units per acre, you might bump out your industrial because it's more profitable to have housing.
And something to think about, I'm just going to interrupt right now because that's an excellent point, is that if we do allow up to 12, we have to allow it under SB 330. And SB 330 just got extended another 5 years. So until 2030, we would be mandated to allow that density if someone came in and proposed it.
And I am sensitive to the gutting of the industrial in favor of the housing. I think that's a really good point. You know, the point is to be trying to maintain or revitalize, restore the industrial, so we should be sensitive to that.
So will you allow more housing in the area that's more appropriate for housing?
No, I was okay with the 18 is a stretch.
We're allowing more housing, we're just trying to require them to provide more affordability.
They can densify
when
it
allowing that.
if it's workforce. What do you guys, what do the rest of you think about the kind of housing allocation on the north where we're sort of prioritizing industrial and business innovation?
I mean, like I have said before, we can use other tools that we can integrate into the district. So I think we hear your intent. If you want to just put it as a range, we can get that clarified when we come back with what the district definition is.
I guess we want to be a little careful though, someone doesn't say, just put in a bunch of apartments.
Right, so
We would not want that.
but that's one of the things that we've already talked about with Innovate Gateway, so that's kind of a similar concept where we've put in a requirement for a minimum amount of square footage for the non-residential uses to ensure that you have them working together and that it's not just this area where people now come in and put in housing.
So no standalone housing, would that be appropriate? Or do we even need to say that?
I think if we just take the path that we were looking at with Innovate Gateway to require a certain percentage of non-residential, that satisfies that.
Okay.
And that still allows for possibly, does that still allow for possibly some residential on the ground floor for like accessible units?
We could look at that. I mean, that's kind of in the weeds again.
Okay, definitely in the weeds, but I would like to, otherwise, buildings, so I was watching a seminar, and they were talking about if you're not allowed to have an accessible unit on the ground floor, then you have to install an elevator, and then you've bumped up the cost of all your buildings, and that's my concern. I would like things to be buildable, and if they need to provide an accessible unit, we can allow that on the ground floor back somewhere or something. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so
I'm not comfortable with 12 units on the north side. I'm frustrated personally that we can't understand trade-offs, but it should be industrial. we shouldn't be squeezing housing into an industrial area. We should be putting housing where it belongs, and not putting housing where it belongs isn't an excuse to put it in an industrial area. So I apologize for changing again. I'd like to keep it per acre for the whole north side of the road.
You might have to vote again. I'm not sure I kept track of
I
that
have
one.
no idea now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, who thinks
units per
4?
acre.
I'm good with 4.
That's 5 for
They
4.
can they get a density bonus if they want?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, how's that?
Surprisingly good.
Looks great.
And we good with the south side?
Can we also have a breakout of votes for FAR? I see 0.8 for the bottom, for below the road.
Yep. How do we want to?
Can we add 1.25 as an option and have a vote for each of the 3?
Okay, let's start over since maybe people's ideas have changed. So the 0.8.
And this includes housing, correct? Or does not include housing square footage?
It would be both.
Okay.
I don't, I mean, would it make more sense to have a 1.0 FAR? We're splitting hairs here.
I'll vote for that 0.8.
Yeah, I will too.
Can I vote for more than 1? I'm fine with 0.8 and I'm fine with 1.25.
Half votes.
As a substitute teacher, I allow kids to vote as many times as they want, and I still take the one that has the highest.
I'm good with 0.8.
1.25.
Susie, what say you?
Okay. Is that right? Nobody liked 0.3 FAR, so let's take that out.
I like it.
Do you want
Without the housing, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, are we there, folks?
Well, yeah, you could put me as 1 for 1.0.
There you go.
Good?
You're going to keep it,
Susie can vote.
we have 6 now? Is
You can
that
get
total?
rid of me at the 0.8 FAR. Thank you.
Sold.
I'm done.
Okay. We good with that?
I think so.
So then, I think you can do public comment now if you want, just on sort of everything people have heard.
Yes.
There isn't an expectation that you're going to pick necessarily one of the alternatives because you've already done your own kind of pick and choose. So you
Yes.
have your own unique planning commission alternative,
Yes.
which is fine. But I think since we have a community member here, if they would like to speak.
Okay, with that, I'll be opening public comment.
Yeah.
Brendan Riley, architect. I may have missed the discussion about lumping residential into the FAR. It seems like using some benchmark of a building or combination of buildings and open spaces that we're familiar with, the Rock, 0.35, that makes some sense. If, as we go, just imagine the Rock, we've all been there, I hope. Imagine that at roughly twice or more its FAR. What does that physically look like? Is it half as much of the lower level open space, twice as much as is overhead? I'm not sure where the parking would factor into that as the buildings get so much bigger. But when it comes to applying FAR to a residential development, I would urge some caution. Residential spaces need windows, they need egress, they need, they need relationships in the sizes and shapes of residential uses as they relate to the exterior of the form. So if you end up with a building that's kind of big, kind of boxy because some arbitrary FAR hope suggested that it was better that way, you may end up with spaces within that unit which are kind of awkward. And I'll use the one that's at the Frischman Hollow 2, I think the more recently built larger building. There's a bedroom in one of the 3-bedroom units there, which is basically interior, except that it has a hallway within the bedroom, its own little hallway. It's like 14 feet long, 3 feet wide that goes to a window. And they did it that way, and Nikki had asked them, they did it that way because that space would otherwise be landlocked and wouldn't have egress. It wouldn't be able to work. So it was an awkward way, a completely awkward way, to try to rationalize a large building and divide it into small rooms, bedrooms and bathrooms and living areas, and not realizing that the sort of proportionality of interior space to exterior skin for a residence is different than a commercial use. Imagine this room, like, how many units can I get out of this? Imagine the Rock divided into residences, right? Imagine a building twice the scale of the Rock, but no higher, because we're not really talking about the height limit as we look at the FAR, and ask yourself what kind of spaces that would yield. And I struggle with that when it comes to our character. It's one thing to look at sort of numbers in a blog and, whether climate change or greenhouse gas emissions is your, personal project or whatnot. You might find some number there that suggests that at this density, this is enabled. Public transportation is something we've heard about, but you can't find in the same sort of data at what point has a community lost, at what number have we lost our sense of community character, at what percentage of the trees in our forest today have we lost the sense of a community within its forest setting. Those things you can't find, so you got to look for them in here. Last thing, and I know I'm out of time, I've got an acronym for the overlay district. It's Housing Our Working Locals, HOWL. So go Wolverines. Let's all get excited about some HOWL, and go Truckee.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Housing our working local. How?
So this is Jan Holland. Thank you for the dinner. Appreciate that. Well, I think that this is public comment on the townwide options, and I think that my guess is that the Planning Commission is going to create its own townwide options. To me, it never really made a lot of sense to look at, I'm going to pick option A, and then it comes with all this other baggage. So I do have a couple comments, though, about things that have been said. One is this idea that every neighborhood that we have in Truckee has 1 to 2 story buildings. I actually don't know of a single neighborhood that doesn't have a 3-story building. And that's Glenshire, Olympic Heights, downtown Donner Pass Road. I mean, I challenge any, Donner Lake, I challenge any of you to find me a neighborhood that doesn't have a 3-story building. Granted, it's often where they go into a hillside, but I don't think that 3-story buildings are out of character for our community, and I would really caution limiting things to 2 stories. If you want to say 35-foot height limit, that makes sense for residential and mixed use. And I do think one of the things that, especially this focus area number 4, the one largely underdeveloped property that you spent a fair amount of time looking at, we're very supportive of the idea of quote unquote downzoning that, but currently it actually has an unlimited limited FAR. That doesn't mean that we're going to build like some sort of giant skyscraper. We want to build something that's river appropriate, and having a reasonable FAR is important. It's important to have flexibility so that you're not forced to spread out, and you could go taller and actually leave more open space. So that's something to seriously consider. And I think the only other last note I wanted to make is that it's easy right now at 10 minutes to 10 to forget that you could, with just one quick zoom over to look at East River Street, there is an area that has DRH 24 right on the river, and it's never going to be redeveloped on that. It's Pombo's lot. I think it's worth looking at that off the menu options. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Hey, staff, can you show us where that property is? Does anybody know?
Al Pombo's property?
I guess whatever is zoned DRH 24 on East River.
We can show you.
That is a very, very, very challenging parcel to develop.
Is that the one that had the vandalized sign earlier this summer?
Well, that's Al.
Sorry, there's two. This is Al Pombo's piece, but there's also this other piece here, which has the same designation. Yeah, it has the same challenge and same zoning.
And the challenges are just that it's right on the river?
And it's steep, yeah. So it's very narrow.
And it's, what did you say? Deep?
It's steep, like a downhill, and it's very narrow.
Okay. Well, we'll close public comment. Okay. Anything else anybody wants to add before we move on here?
Could we go over the remaining process? We keep talking about handling policy in the future. Is that now? Is that more in the future?
I think we'll probably do another study session with the commission once we have the draft elements, because I think we're going to need to have some orientation to what's in there, kind of the reasoning behind where things went, some of that. So I think that would be a good time to talk about how you want to approach it.
Okay. So then I guess that's about it, right?
Yeah. So I mean, just in consensus for what we've heard, we've captured all of the different discussions on these slides, which we'll post. And then, like I said, you can discuss the town-wide alternatives if you want, but I think because you created a very unique set here, this will create its own alternative that's different than the A through F that was presented. So this is what we would be giving to the council as your recommendation, both from the focus area and the townwide alternative level. And if you want to formalize it, you can make a motion, but you don't have to, just because you're making a recommendation. So Andy would like you to, because he likes motions.
Yeah, motions are always good, just so that everyone's on the same page about what's being recommended. It helps if you can just sort of frame it, and that way, if somebody had a different understanding, we can bring that to light quickly and resolve any disagreements or misunderstandings now.
Can I, before we do any motions, just throw in there that I would love to hear back some sort of study at the end about where we've upzoned from, where we've sort of ended up with majority vote or whatever upzoning things, and how many units we've upzoned for. Does that make sense? And whether or not that would cover like a MacGyver or, or the startings of arena allocation.
I can leave it generic like that, or if you want me to have more specifics in there, but this is really a cue for us as the staff to know to bring back to you what council ultimately looks at and moves forward as the preferred land use alternative.
Well, and I'm not necessarily asking for housing densities, but I'm asking for like total units added on top of, does that make sense? The existing general plan. Or if there's any. I don't know if that West River ended up being a wash.
I think Mr. Riley could make a chart for us.
And doing that by focus area is fine.
How does that look?
That looks great, thank you.
Okay, so.
Chelsea, did you want to say something? I saw you pop up on the screen, but.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I was just going to say we can provide those numbers. Not on the spot, but in summary.
And when would you like that presented, at council or in a separate email to the commission as a follow-up?
Well, would you be able to do it at council when you present these recommendations?
I would probably ask Chelsea that, if they're able to produce that.
Yes, we can produce that.
Okay.
I'd like to know tomorrow if I can, but.
Maybe not that fast, but it sounds like we can do it before the council meeting.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the council the custom land use alternatives that the Planning Commission has in these past two meetings created as captured by these slides.
I'll second that.
Carissa, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Gove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Motion passes. Excellent, everybody. Thank you very much.
Is there, is there an additional discussion that we have if we needed to add another 100 or 200 units of where we as a commission would recommend that would go?
I think that we discussed, we're going to talk about that at a later date.
Yeah, it would be at a later date. I mean, we should spend the time with Chelsea and Kim to go through the numbers as they came out with the recommendations by the Planning Commission. But we don't have to decide that now.
Okay, I just, again, I don't want it to be dropped off everybody's radar so that if we get, 3-4 years down the road and we realize that we need more, we have to start the whole process again. Does that make sense?
Okay, so in that case, we're going to adjourn to our next regular meeting, which is on, of course, I just lost that. Thank you, November 16th, 5 p.m. here in council chambers. Thanks, everybody.